at Dartmouth on healthcare, at the medical school, or not, I guess I wasn't actually on the campus, but the people from the medical school were at the, I want to be clear, I'm not going nuts. I'm not sure whether it was a medical school or where the hell I spoke, but it was on the campus. I want to thank Rich Fitzgerald, the county executive, Allegheny County executive, for being here. And I propose, and I'm going to digress slightly. We're in a situation. The president asked me to head up a cancer moonshot.
President Biden, just to be clear, would you or would you not rejoin the TPP? Yes or no?
I would not rejoin the TTP as it was initially put forward. In Guatemala, El Salvador, and to go in and say in Honduras and say, look, I know I'm called middle class, Joe. It's not meant as a compliment. It means I'm not sophisticated. And there's an area where there's an important difference between us, and there's an important difference between the candidates. I'm running. The country wasn't built by Wall Street bankers, CEOs, and hedge fund managers. This guy is moving to foment hate. The price for whatever the drug costs are. Well, folks, eliminate one tax loophole out of $1.6 trillion worth, $1.4 trillion worth. Out of $1.4 trillion. It's hard to even say it, it's so much. And by the way, it's cost a lot of money. It cost about $740 billion over 10 years. Every single solitary person. Qualified in community college, increasing the number of 6 to 9 million people. If you like your employer-based policy, you can keep that policy. If you agree with me, go to Joe 30330 and help me in this fight. Pick up your phone. Now, send a text to the word United to the number 30330 or 303-330 or BOO. Wait. You got it. It's on the back there. Now he's feeling the pressure of an economy that's teetering on a recession. To say that LGBTQ people have no civil rights. And immediately changed the law in the state of Delaware protecting transgender people. I took on Putin in terms of Iraq. In terms of what was going on in Ukraine. My long friend, time friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life. It will cost 1/30th. 1/30th. Costs a lot of money. Almost $740 billion is what I want to do in 10 years. Not $30 trillion. Not $30 trillion. Among many qualified people, I'm the best qualified person for this job. And the reason is not just to help people who have or in fact are like to get Alzheimer's. Because think of what's been adopted. Milton Friedman's notion that the only obligation. That all changed with our Republican friends in the late 80s when they adopted Milton Friedman's notion that the only obligation. We find ourselves in a position where you're in a circumstance where we've adopted Milton Friedman's notion of conservative economists. Now, if in fact you are in a position, what was the case? You worked for Jimmy. That's why we're so special. It took courage. It took resilience. They know who we are. We have to let them know who we are. We can do it, and it's going to take billions of dollars to do it, and we can afford to do it. We can't afford not to do it. Cut in half the number uninsured of the Asian American Pacific Islander community. Cut in half. Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them. But President Trump and the demagogues around the world, Donald Trump is re-elected. So people are figuring out there's not a damn thing we can do. We can't set our mind. The single question, I was asked to speak to the American Psychiatric Association, to go over to the University of London to speak to the World Psychiatric Association. It's interesting, I just spoke to the International Society of Psychiatric International Organization of Psychiatrists over in London because this is not a Republican talking point. The Republicans are trying to kill Obamacare. Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future. We have $1.6 trillion worth of loopholes in the law. But I never thought that I'd see what I saw in Charlotte. You know, I came home from law school. Avoid having an excuse to walk by the deal and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go boom, boom, boom. If we just were to reinstill the cafe standards. And I think Secretary, excuse me, I wasn't the press going to say I'm downgrading by calling him Senator Booker. The fact is that the bills that the future president here, that the senator's talking about, I was the one that suggested to the president, President Obama, I don't want to confuse presidents here. Look, we provide a Medicare option. That's exactly what Barack and I talked about in the beginning. Couldn't get it through, though. So I couldn't tell anybody but Barack. He's one of my closest friends. Invaded another country and annexed a significant portion of it called Crimea. Right. He's saying that it was my boss, it was his fault. I got assault weapons banned for 10 years. It had to be reauthorized because of hanging chads in Florida. The last president said, no, I'm not going to reauthorize it. We need to work again with Canada and Mexico as neighbors, not as adversaries. Saks or Benettons or Nike or whatever in the market, in their places where the malls. Donald Trump does pose an existential threat to this. It's not hypothetical. We could put every one of them in school, cutting in half the cost of a four-year education. Why they do that? I ran the what they call the moonshot, dealing with cancer, and something after that set up the Biden Cancer Initiative. And here's the point: the conservative columnist, and they'd say, "You take my shotgun." I said, "I have three. I now have five because my son died, and I have three of his. I have 5 shotguns." Also have a mechanism to control drug prices. You know, it's not. We're no longer using chemical-based things. All this thing is really with cancers and other issues relating to the immune system or biooriented. And by the way, the idea that NATO, the only people who entitled to rewards are stockholders. Ladies and gentlemen, he is deliberately and completely ignoring the legitimate authority of Congress, and he's doing what he does with the complicity. Stop trying to keep your workers organized. It's about all these breakthroughs we have with the whole immune system. I want you to know, if you look at PolitiFacts, we're no longer the wealthiest middle class in the world. It means investing much more in medical research to conquer devastating diseases like cancer and addiction and Alzheimer's. The opportunities are amazing. We are in a position to be able to lead the world like we've never been able to do it before. I mean, they're not bad votes, folks. But guess what? I found that the secretary, we sat together in many meetings. There's things that are worth dealing with China. What presidents say matter. We also know we need teachers. My wife is a full-time teacher, taught all during being vice president. High-quality options, the public option will be available in my plan. We'll make sure it's not quality. We'll make sure it's only affordable. Quality is affordable. Not the end in themselves. This mischaracterizes my position across the board. Not those of us running for president alone. Not just activists like you. You know how many tax loopholes there are in the code now? 1 trillion, 640 billion. Eliminate one. How can a person dignity be maintained We choose truth over facts. You ever heard a president of the United States talk about law enforcement like he does today? I oversaw, as the chairman of the Judiciary Committee a long time, the FBI. Look what he talks about. But we lead by the example of our power, not just the power, not just the example of our power, but the example we are out there, and it's what we say. By strengthening, we have to eliminate the funding gap that exists between minority white and majority white and non-white districts. The fact of the matter is, I'm awfully sophisticated about why, how, and who built this country. Let me say this simply and clearly. They're not national assets. Wall Street bankers, CEOs, hedge fund managers, no matter how good and decent they are, they're not the ones who built this country. That triumph of democracy and liberalism, of fashion and autocracy. When I got out of school, when Bobby Kennedy and Dr. King had been assassinated in the 70s, late 70s, when I got engaged. I'm going to publicly apologize for not being able to make it. We don't even love them. That's who we are. No other nation was founded the way we are. We hold these truths self-evident, that all men and women are created equal, endowed by their Creator. No nation has ever been founded on that principle. That was a time in the late 60s, the early 60s and 60s where it was drop out, go to Haight-Ashbury. We can do this by making sure that we're in a position that we, in fact, allow people. Time's up. I agree that everybody, once they, in fact, they should. Anyway, my time's up. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Vice President.
But here's the deal, folks. You know, well, I think it shouldn't matter where your race. We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. We can speak out and be more straightforward. Senator Joe, I mean, but I mean, it's not about, I know you're supporting by saying booing, but look, here's the deal. You don't have here in Miami, in Florida, you don't have it here, and that is, if you keep an audience, that's why I'll end the gag rule, the global gag rule, that prevents money from getting to NGOs. In terms of the Ku Klux Klan and white supremacy. And if we give Donald Trump 4 more years, we'll have a great deal of difficulty, if ever, being able to. I looked at it anyway. That's what I think my plan. I know what my plan does. Such as de-escalation studies have, there have been de-escalation studies. The reason I did what I'm doing is because there's a invasion of Hispanics. She has an expression. She teaches full-time and has taught full-time. She taught full-time as the second lady. She taught 15 credits a semester. She's never stopped teaching. She's going back in 2 weeks to teach as well, to continue to teach. 65 out of every 100 jobs today require training beyond high school. 65 out of every 100. $30 trillion. It makes it far more durable, reliable, and powerful. Partnerships built on coercion. And Lisa, you have been a great friend for a long time. And your Paul son is remarkable. You know, they also got that last year. And for folks in the working class that are below 400, they will, in fact, increase their premiums. Will increase the generosity of the premium tax credit they now get. They go to school from a middle class or upper middle class, and they.
Hello, everyone. Oh, that's peaking. Hold on. Let me just, maybe, is this too quiet? Hello, everyone. How are you all doing? No, it's fine. I still need to get better lighting because it's still weird. How are you all doing? I'm back. Yeah, I'm just chilling in Hassan's house. He doesn't know I'm here. I'm living rent free. Don't tell him. I'm back. Sorry I was late. I was out doing stuff and meeting people and hanging out. So I was like, oh, I'll just go back to, I lost track of time. I was like, oh, I'll just go back to the regular time I was live. But we'll go back to regular 3 p.m. Eastern time. I'm technically on time because this is usually when I go up. But we'll go 3 hours earlier for the most part. We're not doing White episode 3. That's every week, if at all. I might just not do that because I don't enjoy it, and I don't think most of the chat enjoys it. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, I'm in a TikTok house. That's so true. That's funny. I am back on TikTok. I'm not posting, but I'm just like scrolling through it, and it's a terrible application. It is truly an indication of like the future of just all of your content, everything you like, the people you interact with online, what you know about is purely curated by an algorithm, like almost purely. Yeah, it's a hell. It's bizarre. Is Petit Bellevue have a show in Montreal tonight? That rocks. Sort of always, I guess, yeah. But I mean, early internet stuff wasn't like that. I don't think. Even like Twitter is trying to introduce an algorithm, but it's not. It's like laughably bad, right? Um, Although it still is obviously. But yeah, I didn't actually, I wasn't able to watch the English Canadian debates. I know that I said I was potentially gonna do a stream, but I did not have time because I'm moving in. I'm starting my degree. I'm meeting people, doing readings and stuff. So
all cops are
Ralph,
bad
go.
cops.
Thank you for the 15 months. Real Liv had hours. So true. Actually, did I miss people? Kim F37. Thank you for the 4 months. I believe that is it. It's a new OJ tweet just dropped. Let's go, dude. Let's
all
see.
cops are bad cops.
Todd WJP, thank you for the 14 months. Let's see. Is it not playing?
In the football season, in the end, Tom Brady was Tom Brady, but Dak Prescott, oh my God, man! You know, early this week, I asked you to help me pick who I should start on my fantasy team because I had both Dak Prescott and Matt Stafford. After 38,000 votes, it was real close, but it was
Is he
like
just being
2/10
regular?
Was in Stafford's favor. So I decided to run Stafford. So Matt, Sunday night, you got to come through for me because I left a lot of points on the board not running Dak.
Oh yeah,
Dak
the Biden
was
vaccine
great.
mandate shit.
I got to admit, in the first half, being a running back, I was a little distressed that Dallas just conceded the running game to Tampa, that they couldn't run the ball. And that left one of the supreme talents of the NFL, Ezekiel
That's so
Elliott,
true,
out of
kid.
the
Go off.
game.
Pop
He
off,
could have
OJ.
contributed on 2 occasions. One was a flat pass down in the red zone, but Dak threw the ball late. If he'd have thrown it a
He's
little
just talking
earlier,
about
Zeke could
fantasy?
have walked
Okay.
into the end zone. And another
What a reasonable guy. I bet he didn't kill his wife. The void is back. Technically, yes. Although technically it isn't, right? Because it's... Although for the next QA stream, it'll be back. Actually, maybe... Like, should we start with a Kush vlog? That feels like the energy that I'm at
all
right now.
cops are bad
Let's
cops.
see what he's got to say. Cornbread. Thank you for the 4 months. I'm also slightly intoxicated. Like Elizabeth, thank you for the 200 bits. Oh, hype train, let's fucking go. Let's go, dude. Where is it? No, not this. We need Petit Bellevue. If you'd like to subscribe, we have lots of cool emotes. Like the dancing lizard, which is, let's be honest, the best emote. Or best set of emotes. If you like to gift, etc., that's much appreciated. Thank you, everybody. It's a banger song. We love it, folks, don't we? Any gifters for Prodigy, who has helped quite a bit
Do not
with
come.
the hate
Do
raids?
not come.
Oh shit!
I'm gonna come.
Thank you for the 20 gift subs. Sarah, your friend. Thank you so much. Let's go. Thank you so much. We love to see it. What a great way to start the stream. Thank you to them. Cornbread, thank you for 100 bits. Let's go, dude. It's a classic part. Yeah, they gifted.
Did you just fucking say about
Jay and KD, thank you for the gift sub. They gifted 20 subs, thinking that it would roll over to 420. That's true. It was a bait. Level 4, thank you. Hey, good evening, everyone. So I would have started earlier, and we will normally. I'm gonna stream tomorrow too, instead of Mondays. Saturdays instead of Mondays. So Saturday, Wednesday, Friday, I think. Vitamin to Coca-Cola. I haven't bought one because I would drink Coca-Cola because my parents would buy them, but I'm by myself now, so I have not picked it up. The Quebecois waged war on Hassan. Oh, what happened? Absolutely uncritical support to Hassan against the Quebecois. Are you serious? Robit, thank you for the 5 months. He pissed off Quebecois. Oh, is that because he tweeted about how fucked up it was that the Quebecois were comparing indigenous genocide to like oppression of French Quebecois? Yeah, absolutely uncritical support to Hassan in that competition. Good. Fuck them. Fuck them. Hassan is correct. Uncritical support, absolutely. We have Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola is pretty universal. Le Québécois dans les chats, si vous avez un problème avec le problème de beats.
what the fuck did you just fucking say about
Yeah, we'll have to watch it. See if there's like what the fuck he said. Wilbofell, thank you for the gift sub. For Prodigy, who helps quite a bit with hey rate stuff. So thank you, Prodigy. What? No, that's an irregular. This isn't a regular poll. Yeah, this isn't a regular poll. That's the explanation for this. Again, sample size 1,000. No, this is weird. People's Party is the far right party. Will I be teaching? No. PPC isn't quite Q. As far as I understand, QAnon people think that the PPC are cucks. Yeah, as far as I understand, there was a sort of a failure in the coaching for Singh, and he wasn't particularly relevant. It's already 9/11 in France. Joe Biden, wake up. 9/11. There's nothing to remember because I never knew it in the first place. 50 seconds left if you'd like to contribute to Hype Train. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to Sarah, your friend, again, for the 20. For the big 2-0.
cops are bad cops.
Cybernetic, sing your tune. UEC is getting defectors from the Greens? I did not hear that at all. I cannot conceive of... I guess that sort of makes sense for more rural Greens. But yeah, that's very strange.
All cops are bad cops.
Military class, thank you for 17 months. Happy 9/11 to all the French people in chat. Thank you, everybody. Let's see. Let's just go to the debates. Let's just watch it. Canada debate. Yeah.
All cops
We
are
can skip
bad
through some
cops.
stuff. Zazima, thank you for the 3 months. This is quite long.
Forces continue in
But yeah.
And when it comes to how you'll pay for it all, there's not a lot of details. Given this, how can Canadians know that you are really ready to lead?
I really appreciate the question, and I want to say good evening to everyone tuning in.
So the question is, how is he going to pay for all of the...
There is a serious
Which is
question that
hilarious.
people are asking themselves in this election. They're wondering
It's such a dumb
who's
question.
going to pay the price of this pandemic and the recovery. And we do have bold plans about how we can invest in people. But we are the only party with a credible plan that will not put the burden on people, that will not cut the help that they need, unlike Mr. Trudeau and Mr. O'Toole, who voted against making the ultra-rich pay their fair share. We believe that billionaires should pay their fair share. We should end the loopholes and the offshore tax havens that mean billions of dollars are lost, that we are not able to invest in people. We want to put the burden on those that are at the very, very top so we can invest in the solutions that people need, tackling the climate crisis, investing in housing.
All right, thank you, Mr. Singh. Next to you, Mr. Trudeau. Because you wanted a new mandate, you plunged the country into an election even as the pandemic spurs thousands of new cases.
Yeah.
But over the last 18 months, opposition parties have largely stood with you, putting the nation above politics. Why aren't you doing the same? How can you justify an election at this time?
Thank you, Ms. Curl.
I actually do want to know what his, like, because he's been asked this so many times, and it's the reason why he's eating shit right now and why he might not be the PM after the election, is because, yeah, why the fuck is there an election? The only explanation, and it's the obvious one, is, because he wants a majority. What are your thoughts on the Communist Party of Canada? It sucks. It's terrible. It's not worth, yeah. Who's the guy in Chapo saying it was good?
I think, first of all, I want to thank Canadians for being here tonight and making an important choice, and also, quite frankly, for everything you've done over the past number of months to help get ourselves and our neighbors through this. Tonight, over the next couple of hours, you're going to hear some...
Oh, so like spiritual people. Oh, is it Dan? Okay.
Very, very different.
Dan's... I think I saw... Was he on Chapo? I have no... Dan is cool. I went on his podcast... Bottlemen. It should be out soon. I don't know when what's going out.
Very strong,
but no, my opinion is they suck.
Ideas that are radically different about how we're going to move forward through this pandemic to end it, how we're going to build back better. Those decisions are going to be taken by your government now, in the coming weeks, this fall, not a year from now, not 2 years from now.
Could it not have waited a few months, Mr. Trudeau?
I know you want to go harder and faster on
That's a good question.
vaccinations. I know you want to go harder and faster on climate change, and you get to choose exactly that.
I love... Was that a heckle by the fucking... Was that a heckle by the debate moderator? That's really funny.
Waited a few months, Mr. Trudeau?
I know you want to go harder and faster on vaccinations.
Yeah, no, because he has no answer.
Faster on climate change, and you get to choose exactly that in this election.
All right, that's time. Thank you. Mr. Blanchet, to you. You deny that Quebec has problems with racism, yet you defend legislation such as Bills 96 and 21, which marginalize religious minorities, Anglophones, and allophones. Quebec is recognized as a distinct society, but for those outside the province, please help them understand why your party also supports these discriminatory laws.
The question seems to imply the answer you want. Those laws are not about discrimination. They are about the values of Quebec.
And yet religious minorities, sir, cannot
¿Por qué no los dos?
progress if they wear their religious gear.
Quebec is not recognized as a distinct society. It's been recognized as a nation on June 16th by the Parliament. 281 votes said that Quebec is a nation, and everybody here seems to agree with that. No more
Which I do have to say, like, I would imagine that my understanding of his performance, that he probably did super well among, like, Quebecois voters. I would imagine they're quite fond of how
society,
he did.
which never had any meaning anyway. Meaning, not meeting.
So again, why the discriminatory laws and your support for it?
So he's just denying.
You may repeat as many times as you want that those are discriminatory laws.
I mean,
we are saying that those are legitimate laws that apply on Quebec territory, and there seems to be people around here who will share this point of view, which is a gain by itself for Quebec.
All right, thank you, Mr. Blanchette. Ms. Paul, to you. For millions of voters, this is the climate change election. But at this critical time, you've been bogged down in internal strife. If your own party doesn't fully support you, how can Canadians...
I gotta say, these are some spicy fucking questions. For the sake of the content, I support it.
Trust you to lead through one of the most defining issues of our time.
I mean, yeah, the Green Party is eating shit right now. It's funny that the spicy question they got for Jagmeet was, how are you going to pay for it? That is super funny. Compared to, that is, yeah, because that's the default for any left-wing, you know.
It's an excellent question, and it's an honor to be here tonight on the unceded territories of the Algonquin peoples. It has been a very difficult period, and do I wish that our party had been further ahead, particularly at this moment? Absolutely. Do I believe that we have wonderful candidates running all over the country that you should consider voting for? Absolutely.
It is interesting, like land acknowledgement stuff. It's different than in America because they're so common. You could, I mean, I'm not the person to make this argument.
I'm gonna come.
Oh shit, Duncan. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much. It's different. It's land acknowledgements have a different. There's a critique of some land acknowledgements, especially ones in which are like done by governments that are also occupying Indigenous land. That it's like a it's performative. Yeah, that's it. That it's performative.
I am, and in this position has been incredibly hard.
Thank you so much, Duncan.
Being here tonight was not an obvious thing. I've had to crawl over a lot of broken glass to get here. I'm proud to be here. I'm proud to be the first of my kind, and because I am the first of my kind, I know that I won't be the last.
Thank you, Ms. Paul. And to you, Mr. O'Toole. Mr. O'Toole, you recommend vaccinations, but you won't make your candidates get them. You have a climate plan, but you won't dump a candidate that shares climate conspiracies. You're on record supporting the LGBTQ2 community, but you allowed half your MPs to vote against legislation protecting them. Tell me, how can voters trust that it's you?
I gotta say, 2 is two-spirited. So it's reference to Indigenous. It's like an Indigenous identity. Like two are twin-spirited. Yeah. These are great fucking. I gotta say, This is great from a content perspective. I'm enjoying this.
You and not your caucus that will be in charge of a conservative policy agenda.
Well, thank you, Ms. Curl. I'm a new leader of the Conservative Party, and we have a plan to get the country back on its feet after a difficult 18 months in this crisis. I'm a pro-choice ally to the LGBTQ community. That comes from my service in the military, where I served alongside people from all backgrounds, all orientations, putting the country first. And
yes, sir.
Our platform, including a detailed plan on climate change, is about making sure we secure the future. Jobs, accountability.
Oh, by the way,
nationals to make sure we get this country back.
Did I fuck that up? Their motto is "We must secure the future." I'm not joking. It says it on their fucking signs too. You walk by, you see like signs. It's like "Secure the future" in the right. I'm not kidding. Which like, listen, it's probably not an explicit reference to the 14 words. Like, probably not. But, like, still, like, really secure the future? Like, that specific string of words? It's, like...
Secure the future. Jobs, accountability, national leadership on mental health.
So is it you, sir, or your caucus that's driving the bus?
I am driving the bus to make sure we get this country back on track, and I'm here.
It's secure the future for our children and our grandchildren. You're right, yes. The extended form does mention securing the future for your children. Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, I do not believe that I genuinely do not, because maybe I don't believe it because of Cope, because it's like, surely the Conservative Party is not actually actively dog whistling the 14 words. Regardless, it's like an intern who wrote it or some shit. Yeah, it's probably some shit like that. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
To defend.
Why'd you walk into the Conservative Party's motto in Canada is to secure the future for our children and grandchildren. Like, that's their real motto for this election.
The rights of all Canadians, women, members of the LGBTQ community, Indigenous Canadians.
But it's a perfect contrast, though, right? Where you see, like, this, like, where he's like, yes, I'm pro-choice, I'm pro-LGBT.
I want to make sure we all secure a future together.
Thank
you. We all must, Indigenous people, we all must secure a future. It's a perfect, like, neoliberal fascist combination, right?
Thank you, Mr. O'Toole. All right, leaders, thank you. It is now time for our first face-to-face debate. Mr. Trudeau, Ms. Paul, you're up. Starting with Mr. Trudeau, based on this question. You call yourself a feminist, but on your watch, sexual misconduct in Canada's armed forces continues to run rampant.
Spicy.
Tell me, why are you allowing these unacceptable conditions to continue?
I think we recognize that there are systems and institutions that need to change across the country, and that's why, from the very beginning, we stepped up with policies, new policies, stronger policies and processes to support every survivor, everyone who comes forward, because nobody deserves to work in a workplace where they are being discriminated against, where they are being harassed or hassled. We have been unequivocal about that. My leadership has been unequivocal about that. Yes, these problems continue in workplaces across the country, particularly in the military. That's unacceptable, which is why we've taken even stronger measures. It's unsatisfactory to have to say, we're relying on process in this. We want to just be able to have easy answers.
Ms.
But
Paul,
this is
what's
not
your
an
response
issue
to that?
with easy answers. You have to fall back on process.
I have said before, and I'll say again tonight, that I do not believe that Mr. Trudeau is a real feminist. A feminist doesn't continue to push strong women out of his party when they are just seeking to serve. And I will say their names tonight and thank them. Thank you, Jane Philpott. Thank you, Jody Wilson-Raybould. Thank you, Selena Cesar-Chavez, and I'm here tonight thanks to the work that you have done. I believe that if there were more women on this platform tonight and in previous years, that we, in fact, would have better laws in our military. We would have childcare at this point. We would have many of the things that we need. I am the only woman, other than Elizabeth May, to be on this platform in the last 18 years. The Liberal Party has never had a woman lead it. I think it's time for the party to examine its priorities.
Ms. Paul, you'll perhaps understand that I won't take lessons on caucus management from you.
And I think
what I will keep focused on is making sure that our first woman finance minister has moved forward on
Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Trudeau, I'm sorry, that's time. We have to move on. Mr. Blanchet.
It's unnecessary. I mean, yeah.
Mr. O'Toole and Mr. Singh, this next topic is for you to debate. Canada's transition to a green economy depends on pipelines. At a time when Ontario and Quebec face uncertain...
Does it? It depends on pipelines? I mean, I guess I would say the good faith interpretation of that is because they're fucking there.
Supply over Line 5.
But no, they don't. You could dismantle them. They do not depend on...
This country cannot extract nor distribute oil domestically. Our theme is leadership. Tell me, which one of you is best to lead on these complex issues? Mr. Blanchet, per the draw, you begin.
I'm not very much interested in leading Canada.
Yeah, that's the funny thing about Blanchet is like, yeah, he's not... The point, it's like his party is a protest party. The point is that he wants Quebec to be its own country. So the question of pipelines in BC, why is he here? Because he gets a certain amount of support. Because those are the rules. Because they can't, like, the Bloc Québécois get a certain amount, like, that, like, any rule about who gets to attend the debates based on popular support, any reasonable rule, PPC isn't here. Blanchet should be there, basically. The PPC isn't there because they didn't meet the requirements. Ironically, they changed the requirements for the debate so that the PPC guy, Bernier, could make it, which was, I think, 6% in polling averages, but they didn't even get that. So they changed the standards for the debate to ensure that the PPC, but they didn't even get that. So that's funny.
However, I am
they're popular in Montreal. Montreal is like a liberal stronghold, is it not?
very much interested in making sure that Quebec is entitled to its own vision for the future. You know, in Quebec, we do not have energy issues that much because we are lucky. We are lucky. It's a piece of luck that we can produce green energy in a large amount. But the whole planet cannot afford this idea, this very Canadian idea, this very conservative idea, and as far as I know, this very liberal idea that we have to produce more oil, export more oil, believing that the money from it will reduce gas emission, which won't happen.
All Canadian families deserve an economic recovery, including families in Western Canada that feel left out after 6 years of Mr. Trudeau. When it comes to leadership, our natural resources sector is a leader in environmental social governance. Anytime Canadian resources are removed from the global supply chain, you know who fills that gap? Saudi Arabia, Venezuela, Russia.
One of my favorite Conservative Party ads was like, it was a picture of two women kissing, and it was like, in Saudi Arabia, this would be illegal. Are you sure you want to buy in Alberta, they're allowed. Are you sure you want to buy your oil from anti-lesbian Saudi Arabia?
Of these organizations and companies are getting their emissions down. Let's get emissions down and Canadian resources to market so that we can have jobs, opportunity, and fight climate change.
Mr. Singh.
When it comes to leadership on the fighting this essential crisis, one of the biggest crises we're up against, we've got a difficult choice for Canadians. You've got on one side someone who doesn't believe there's a crisis, and then on the other you got Mr. Trudeau who doesn't act like there's a crisis. And what it's going to take is real leadership. Because the solutions are there. We can invest in green energy, clean energy. We can invest in renewable energy.
Doesn't give up on tens of thousands of workers across the country.
We'll never give up on workers. We're
workers that are working hard for their families, so we can get our resources to market.
Okay, one at a time, gentlemen. Mr. O'Toole, then back to you, Mr. Singh. Mr. O'Toole, then Mr. Singh.
I want to see Canadians get back to work in all sectors.
Which is bullshit, because he didn't get that much time to speak. He just interrupted
in all regions. And I'm proud of what we produce in our country, whether it's our resources or the resources in the heads of our young people.
But
we need to get emissions down,
Mr. O'Toole,
and get our energy to market.
These workers need a plan that's going to create jobs for the future. And that's a responsibility of government. We've seen 6 years of Mr. Trudeau, and workers can't afford another 4 years. What we need to do is invest in a diversified economy, clean energy. We need to electrify transportation. We need to invest in retrofitting homes and buildings. We need to create good jobs for workers
plan
now.
But we need...
Yeah, because the point with the workers thing is like, well, we can't fucking continue with oil jobs. It's not sustainable. So the idea of like, well, let's just do it for 5 more years and then get rid of them. It's like, well, no, we need to...
We an economic recovery in all sectors
that have failed
leadership
workers.
is not only...
Last word to you, Mr. Blanchet. Last word to you, sir.
Leadership is not only saying the words, it's proposing solutions, admitting...
Which is hilarious, given the fact that Blanchet's response was like, well, I don't care about Canada. I care about Quebec.
...problem, which they're not doing.
All right, thank you. My next question is for all of you. We've had some encouraging news out of Kabul overnight with the escape of 43 Canadians. That said, thousands of people who helped Canada during Canada's mission in Afghanistan have been left behind in their hour of need, and it is
Is this a fucking video game level? What is our mission into Kabul?
unknown if we will ever get them all out. To each of you, what would you have done differently? Mr. O'Toole, per the...
Oh, that's cool. So do they have times in which they've spoken? Like they keep track of it to make sure that it's more like fair?
Draw you begin.
That's very smart.
Canada should never leave behind people that are at risk because they helped us. When Afghanistan was falling, there were 1,200 Canadians and hundreds more translators and others waiting for help from Canada. What did Mr. Trudeau do? You called an election, sir. You put your own political interests ahead.
It's hilarious, by the way. Like that sorry, I can't help the people out of Afghanistan. There's an election in a month. Like the state cannot handle these two things.
Of the well-being of thousands of people. Leadership is about putting others first, not yourself. Mr. Trudeau, you should not have called this election. You should have gotten the job done in Afghanistan.
Mr. O'Toole,
Hold on. This is not open debate, leaders. This is a situation where we're asking a question to each of you. No problem, Mr. Trudeau. I'm trying to keep track myself.
I would like him, Ms. Curl, because he called an election in the fourth wave of a pandemic with fires in British Columbia and with unfinished business in Afghanistan,
All
Mr.
right.
Trudeau.
Thank you, Mr. O'Toole.
Because I would say the one example of that where it doesn't work is Afghanistan. Like, I understand it with fires, because, you know, the problem with the fact that it's an election during the pandemic is like, well, people have to go outside and do stuff and interact with people to do the election. Like, which would spread COVID. Or the idea of like, well, we need to pull our troops out of, or we need to pull people out of Afghanistan, Canadian nationals.
Well,
it's like, I'm too busy managing the election. I can't. What was unfinished in Afghanistan? There was some, you know, a minimal, I guess, amount of Canadian nationals who were probably helping with the.
Going to give the opportunity next per the draw.
Because Canada used to be in Afghanistan, but we pulled our troops out 2014 or something.
To Mr. Singh, you guys will have tons of time to debate, so hang tight. Mr. Singh.
Sadly, what's happened in Afghanistan is a tragedy that was something we knew about. We knew about the withdrawal date. We knew from President Biden what that date would be. And sadly, I agree with Mr. O'Toole on this one point that it was a bad decision to call an election while this crisis was going on, particularly because we've got allies on the ground that put their lives at risk to support our Canadian forces who are now looking at peril for their lives and may never get out of Afghanistan. We know the impact on women and girls in Afghanistan. It's heartbreaking, and it could have been avoided. Veterans had told Mr. Trudeau and his government for a long time that the current approach was not working. Those calls were not heeded, and as a result, we're in this really horrible situation.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Thank you, Mr. Singh. Mr. Blanchette.
First, good news I seem to understand from what I read.
I mean, Trudeau is like, or Singh is, you know. Oh, is there no notif? Oh, there was a notif. We're good.
A few hours ago that Kabul airport is now being open for some people to get out of the country, which is very good news. This should have been worked a long time ago. I agree with Mr. O'Toole that Mr. Trudeau should have put those people.
Did you chance you're going with Vod charity stream? No, I was not asked to do that.
Interest before his own.
As far as
However,
I can see.
The problem is that Canada has failed many times to create some strong partnerships with other countries in order to be stronger facing a situation like Afghanistan now, because by itself, we must admit, Canada is not a world power.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchette. Mr. Trudeau, I invite you to respond now.
Thank you, Ms. Curl. It's unfortunate to hear the members, the leaders on this stage talking down the incredible work that our Canadian Armed Forces, that our diplomats, that our consular officials did from the beginning of the summer to ensure that As of the very beginning of August, well before this election, we were getting flights out of Afghanistan. We got 3,700 people out of Afghanistan. And over the past weeks, we've been working with the Qataris, for example, on exactly that good news that we've seen of more people, more Canadians getting out of Afghanistan. We work closely with our allies because we know Canadians sacrificed in Afghanistan for a better future. We need to stand by the people who helped us, who helped themselves, and we will with even more people coming to Canada in the coming months.
All right, Mr. Trudeau. Ms. Paul.
As a former diplomat and with a husband who provided advice on the peace negotiations in Afghanistan, we were hearing the stories all the time in the months leading up that this was foreseeable. And so it seems like we got better information on our smartphones than Mr. Trudeau got from our entire intelligence service based on what he's saying. The thing is that when people count on you, when you make a promise to them, then you do it so that people can count on Canada's word. When someone is your partner, you go with them, you go for them, or you don't amount to much. And so leaving behind people in Afghanistan, rocking up to Rideau Hall and calling an election under these circumstances was not the right thing to do. And to borrow a line from Mr. Singh from 2019, Mr. Trudeau could just say, hey, man, I messed up.
All right, Ms. Paul, thank you very much. Thank you all. And now it is our time for a first attempt at open debate. Jumping off of this question, Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor have been in Chinese prisons for 1,004 days. The next prime minister has key decisions to make about our already tense relationship with China, such as telecommunications,
Cold War
security,
2.0.
and foreign investment. Some say this all comes down to a trade-off between Canada's economic growth and recognition of human rights. I'd like to know where you all stand. I'm sure
because Canada loves human rights.
You want to exchange on that. Mr. Singh, per the draw, you begin.
I mean, again, as fucking mass graves are found in residential schools all across the country, Canada is somehow still being well, we really are concerned with human rights and we are going to it's such a fucking hypocritical.
Thank you very much. We know that we can't imagine what it is for Mr. Spavor and Mr. Kovrig to be going through 1,000+ days in a prison without access to human rights. I can't imagine what their friends and their families are going through right now. All I know is
Did you know that in the UN Charter for genocide, one of the reasons why cultural genocide was not included was specifically because Canada protested it, because they were doing that, and they're like, hold on, but that would mean that we're in the same sphere as the Nazis. Really chill guy, thank you for the 17 months. Another month of sub because Trudeau isn't a real feminist. That's so true.
Have to do
follow really chill guy if you don't already. Yes, thank you.
Everything possible to secure the release of these two Canadians. We need to work with our allies.
That is why I get all my subs, is because Trudeau is not a real feminist.
Apply pressure and make sure that we return these Canadians home.
If he became one, I would lose.
Exactly what we've been doing. Over the past 3 years, we have worked with international allies to put pressure on China in every single one of their meetings. We've worked closely with the United States. We, at the G7 a few weeks ago...
I want to talk about how China is genociding gamers.
...worked with the international community to make sure we're moving forward on challenge...
It's still so funny that Comrade Waluigi guy... where he drew the line was not like Xinjiang or exploitation of cracking down on labor unions. It was the gaming shit. That was what broke him. This is really funny.
Challenging China where necessary in human rights, competing with them economically where we need to, and holding them to account on the rule of law as a global community. And Canada's voice has been very strong on that.
Again, it's so... Yeah.
Canada's voice has been absent, Mr. Trudeau. We have
spying shit, yeah.
Not worked with our allies on Huawei. We have not stood up for the 300,000 Canadians in Hong Kong. We've not fought for the two Michaels and put pressure on the communist regime. We have not stood up for human rights. Sir, you did not show up for a vote declaring a genocide towards the Uyghur people. You didn't show up. Canada is the country that was leading the fight against apartheid. We created the UN
Trudeau.
Human Rights Code. We should be leaders for our values, sir. And you've let the Michaels down, and we have to get serious with China.
If you
Sorry,
want
the
to
fact
let
the fact he's referring to them as the Michaels is really funny. Hold on, let me see if this lighting is better. I'm using my shitty light from the like very old streams, the P filter light, because I need to get like a real light.
Michaels and get the Michaels home, you do not
Sorry, now they're referring to them as the Michaels is really good.
simply lob tomatoes across the Pacific. That is what Mr. Harper tried for a number of years and didn't get anywhere. You need to engage in a sophisticated way with our allies every step of the way.
You have to take the same position on Huawei,
and that's exactly
on
what
steel,
we have done
on
every
right,
step of the time.
Mr. O'Toole.
Cyber security, Mr. Trudeau. We are out of step, and our allies are wondering where Canada's gone. You started as Prime Minister saying you admired China.
If I could,
I'm coming to you, Ms. Paul.
That was a funny quote from Trudeau.
Just a second. I want to get to Mr. Singh and then to you, Ms. Paul.
I appreciate, thank you very much, the opportunity. I want to also we're talking about leadership and accountability. And in this pandemic, one of the moments I think of leadership that has been a failure is the fact that when we talk about leadership, it means finding solutions. And in our long-term care homes here in Canada, we saw the worst conditions in
Mr.
for-profit.
Singh, we're going to have time to chat with that later. The topic is China, human rights, and economic growth. To you, Ms. Paul.
yes, and this is an area.
Oh shit. That's interesting. They punished him for going off topic. You lose your time to speak.
Where certainly lines are being redrawn all across the world. And the main thing that Canada is going to have going forward in terms of
Jigmeat has like a Mississauga sort of, maybe Brampton accent. It's sort of, yeah. It's not
currency is its word. When we make a promise, we have to keep those promises. That's how, when we need help, we get it. You know, my mom grew up on a farm in a small community, and she learned very young and taught us that you have to give your word to your neighbors, and they have to be able to count on it so that when you need help, they're there for you. And so when we don't show up, when we're asked for vaccines from COVAX, and then we take vaccines from COVAX, when the Uyghur ask us for help to declare a genocide, and we don't do that, when we don't show up on the climate by setting targets that are ambitious, but at the same time in line with our international partners and do our fair share, then our word doesn't count for much, and then it makes it very hard for us to help people like the Michaels when they need us the most.
Mr. Blanc.
I have not seen the two Canadians who are in prison in China referred to as the Michaels before.
Did you want to get in on
Throwing
this?
tomatoes might not be the solution, but I would submit only that doing nothing might not be the solution either. The Mr. Trudeau's record on human rights is not perfect. We might name the two Michaels, we might name Uyghur in Xinjiang, we might name Taiwan, Hong Kong, we might name Catalonia and Mr. Puigdemont, we might name...
Wait, but what does it have to do with Trudeau?
The worst of all,
Mr.
Raif Badawi being still held in Saudi Arabia because Canada wants to sell weapons and military supply
That's good.
to
That's
Saudi
a good point.
Arabia, which is
Mr.
unacceptable. The Parliament voted...
Okay, gentlemen, one at a
time. 2
time.
seconds. The Parliament voted unanimously to give citizenship to Raif Badawi. Nothing has been done afterward.
All right. Whoa, Mr. O'Toole, Mr. Trudeau, Mr. Singh.
Mr. Blanchet is correct. Canada is needed back on the world stage. We may be smaller than China with respect to population and economy, but we are a giant when it comes to our commitments to human rights, to dignity, and to the rule of law. And we
It's just hilarious, right? It's such a fucking hypocrite.
have to start working with our allies to take a more serious
In terms of following the rules, we are the biggest.
approach for human rights, standing up for our
It's
workers
so
on fair
bullshit.
trade, and making sure that our voice is a principled one on the world stage again.
The problem with Mr. O'Toole and his principles is he says all the right-sounding things, and he's working on reassuring everyone that he's right there as a strong leader. But he can't convince his candidates to get vaccinated. He can't convince his MPs to follow his
Let's keep the theme. Mr. Singh, you wanted to get in. I'm giving the last word. I'm giving the last word to Mr. Singh. Mr. Trudeau, please. To you, Mr. Singh.
Leadership means standing up. It means standing up for the Uyghur in China. It means standing up to defend people around the world. It also means showing leadership when it comes to fighting the climate crisis. We've got the worst record under Mr. Trudeau in the G7. So that's not leadership, certainly not.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, leaders. We are now moving on to our next theme, which is climate change.
Let's go, dude.
All right, this time we're starting with a question from Trevor McMullen. He is a high school teacher in Lunenburg, Nova Scotia. He's standing by. Trevor, what's your question?
Hey, good evening. As leader, what immediate actions would you take to make green technology more accessible and affordable so that everyday Canadians don't have to bear the financial burden of being environmentally ethical?
All right, thank you, Trevor. Leaders, you've heard Trevor's question. Ms.
it's
Paul,
not a question
I apologize. Ms. Paul, you're going first.
Thank you so much for that question. And Trevor, that's exactly where your head should be at. That's where all of our heads should be at. How can we use this opportunity to seize the moment to create a green economy? How can we incentivize every single person in Canada, every company, and every enterprise to adopt green technology?
No, they're not siblings. They are literally two unrelated people whose first name are Michaels. Yeah, who are Michael. It's hilarious they're called the Michaels. It's very funny.
How can we become a global leader? And so absolutely, if you look at our platform, you will see that we propose incentives all the way from buying electric cars, new and used, to retrofitting homes, to all of these items that will help make life easier for you and help for you to do your part. But this is a national and international issue. We need national leadership on it, and we need it across party lines.
Thank you, Ms. Paul. Mr. Singh.
Thank you. Thank you, Trevor. I really appreciate the question.
Which, by the way, was a pretty shitty answer. Like, from the Green Party? That was pretty lame. This is supposed to be your thing. Why, like, this is how the Greens are supposed to stand out. And it's just like, I don't know, we should do green.
And I'm sure you speak to a lot of young people as a teacher and are seeing the fear in their eyes, the worry and the desperation that young people have because they don't know what type of future they're going to inherit, and they're worried about the impacts of the climate crisis.
My friend described the Greens as conservatives on bikes, and I really like that explanation.
Because it's hurting us now, and it's only going to get worse if we don't do anything about it. And to invest in that future, we need to make choices. And right now, we look at the choices Mr. Trudeau has made over the past 6 years. He has promised to end fossil fuel subsidies, but instead of ending them,
this is coherent,
he has increased
right?
them
This
to
is the answer.
$900 million per year.
We're going to end fossil fuel
subsidies.
subsidies.
Money we could spend on investing in clean technology, in making it easier for people to access that technology, and to do our part to fight the climate crisis. So it's a matter of choices.
Basically
we
support
can't afford another 4 years of Mr. Trudeau's choices.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. To you, Mr. O'Toole.
Thank you for the question, Trevor. I was raised by two strong women who were teachers, and they told me to be straight up. This is an area where the Conservatives
Wait, you were right? This is new O'Toole lore? He was raised by two strong women?
had to win back some.
There's no way O'Toole had lesbian parents. I refuse to believe that that's
trust. We hadn't met the expectations of Canadians on climate
change. I don't
change.
think that that's true. I don't know what he meant by that.
An issue for me as a father of a high schooler, and we talk about it all the time. That's why in April, long before the election, I put out a substantial package pricing carbon to meet our Paris targets. And what's interesting, our low carbon savings account will allow people to actually make green choices to lower their carbon footprint. This approach is innovative because it would allow all Canadians to know what their carbon footprint is and make those innovative investments to lower it. I think we all have a role to play, and our plan is detailed and we'll deliver on it.
Mr. Blanchet.
Thank you to be with us, sir. I hope you appreciate a little bit blunt answers. First, you put a ceiling on any production of oil and gas. You take all the money that the federal government is placing into that industry, even more by the Liberals than the Conservatives before, and you put that into green energy. And you take the money for Trans Mountain and you give it to Alberta for Alberta to initiate its own transition toward a greener economy. This is the way to do things, because if we don't do that and keep dreaming about reducing gas emission while increasing production, we will never
I think it's
get
a fine answer.
Thank you,
I think it's the best answer,
Mr. Trudeau.
so far.
Thank you,
Just in terms
for your
of
question. And from one teacher to another, I know that you need to ground your decisions and what you share with your students in science. And all these leaders on here have various claims about what their climate change plan is going to do. Unfortunately, if you look at what the experts and the climate scientists and the economists have said, we're the ones with the strongest plan to fight climate change. And how to answer your question.
Oh, his biological mother died and then remarried. Oh, okay.
Specifically, how to make it more affordable for Canadians? Well, the first thing we did on that was bring in a national price on pollution that incentivizes businesses to go cleaner at the same time as it puts more money in families' pockets. We are going to put a cap on oil sands and oil and gas emissions and decline it until net zero and create those opportunities and investments that are going to make it more affordable for you and your students for many years to come.
Thank you, Mr. Trudeau. Thank you, Trevor. Have a good evening. I'm turning it back to the leaders. It is time for more debate. The draw has Mr. Trudeau and Mr. O'Toole facing off. Your topic is climate change.
Let's
go.
Even
today, 1 in 4 Canadians don't believe that climate change is caused by human activity. How can we achieve real progress when so many people are still debating the...
Because public opinion doesn't matter. What matters is economic incentive and pressures.
fundamentals. Mr. O'Toole, you begin.
Climate change is a real threat, not only...
The only time you'll ever actually have seen effect in terms of like meaningful spending and climate policy in like a liberal capitalist country is as soon as climate catastrophe starts affecting the profits of companies. So it doesn't matter that 1 in 4 people, if everyone believed it, it wouldn't fucking matter.
To Canada and to the world. That's why we have to take a serious plan to tackle it. That's why, as I said, we put our plan out in April because we had to restore some trust on this issue to make sure we can show Canadians we can get emissions down and get the economy working again. That is key. We have a plan to meet our Paris targets, but minimize the impact on jobs and investment. We're also going to make major investments in electric vehicles, in the hydrogen economy, small modular reactors. There is so much we can do to get our emissions down, but grow a strong economy, because without a strong economy, we can't tackle climate change. We can't tackle the issues of today.
The reality that Mr. O'Toole has never understood is you can't have a strong economy unless you tackle climate change. And you ask about how we're going to convince the quarter of Canadians who still don't think climate change is real. Well, Mr. O'Toole can't even convince his party that climate change is real because they voted against that. And that's perhaps why his plan is so weak. His plan is to go back to the Harper targets, to the Harper approach on fighting climate change, which doesn't work. His costed platform, which he just put out last night, cuts $2 billion from climate investments and from things. And for our friends in BC,
you have never made a target,
has proposed to restore
let him respond, Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Trudeau, let Mr. O'Toole respond to you, Mr. O'Toole.
Thank you, Ms. Curl.
The tanker ban.
Mr. Trudeau always forgets one fact. He has never made a target for climate change. He has great ambition. That's part of the reason we're in an election and a pandemic is his ambition.
This is the YouTube video. It's like 2 idiots fighting.
He doesn't have achievement. Well, he never meets his targets.
The
so we have a plan
in 2030,
that we will meet the targets and get our country back to work.
Except for the fact that right now we are on track.
Gentlemen, we have to wrap this segment.
Over
all right,
target.
we are moving on. We are moving on, leaders. Next up is Mr. Singh, Mr. Blanchette, and Ms. Paul. I'd like each of you to describe how you'll implement a national approach that best recognizes the significant regional differences involved in fighting climate change. You begin, Mr. Singh. You may jump in one at a time, please.
There's a question about conservatives.
Well, here's the thing.
The context is Alberta fucking loves oil. Their economy is very dependent on oil, and they are incredibly conservative. It's like 50 or something. In the last poll, it was like 50 or 60% of the province is conservative, which is like so much more than any other province. And it's because they think Trudeau's cucked on oil. Which, let that sink in. Trudeau, who Biden is better on oil than him, they think that he is cucked on oil, that he is anti-oil. He's not pro-oil enough. So that's where the news relates to.
We just heard Mr. O'Toole and Mr. Trudeau argue about who's worse. And honestly, it's a tough question to answer. Let me tell you, you're not stuck with these two. Better is possible. We can invest in a clean economy. We can end fossil fuel subsidies. We can make sure we're creating clean transportation, and we can invest in provinces and territories to make sure they have the resources necessary to fight the climate crisis. I'm hopeful. I'm optimistic. I'm going to be a dad soon, and I want to make sure my child grows up into a future that has the same opportunities that I had, that has clean air, clean water, a clean place to live. I want to make sure that that's there.
As far as I understand it, it is not a national or even less a regional issue. It is a planetary issue. And it has to be tackled by everybody at once. But I would be glad to give some of my precious time to Mr. O'Toole, because a week ago, a little more than that, he said in French that he did not want anymore to have a pipeline to go through Quebec. That was quite a statement. He said that in French, no more pipeline through Quebec. I want to hear that in English tonight. Please, please.
Well, Mr.
Hold on. This segment is
That's hilarious.
Quite frankly,
we're not going to let that happen.
This on the climate, this sort of approach is going to get us.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing about Blanchet. Like, I do not. He's terrible, but that is a baller move. You shouldn't like him. He's bad. The Bloc Quebec, the Bloc is not good, but that is a baller move.
Nowhere, and a global issue. This is a national issue. This is a nonpartisan issue, and we have got to be able to come together across party lines. I said that I was available for a debate just on the climate because it's that important.
I like him. He's openly Islamophobic. It supports the ban on hijabs, any like Muslim headscarves. Says that it's about preserving French culture.
But we've invited many times all of the parties to join us in a joint cabinet, a cross-party cabinet, to deal with this the way that we dealt with the pandemic, together. People were so inspired to see these leaders come together in the early days of the pandemic.
That is the irony as well, yes, where it's like, yes, that is the cost of supporting whatever conservative account of French culture.
Got to bring that same approach here. Let's come together because that's what's needed.
Thank you very much. I absolutely agree. We do need to come together. I can lay out what we shouldn't do and what we need to do. What we shouldn't do is what Mr. Trudeau did. Set targets and miss them. We shouldn't promise to end fossil fuel subsidies and then increase them. We shouldn't put a price on pollution and then exempt the biggest polluters. What we need to do is end those fossil fuel subsidies, invest in provinces and territories with infrastructure that's going to help us fight the climate crisis.
Hold on, Mr. Singh.
With the greatest of respect to
let Ms. Paul respond.
With the greatest of respect to Mr. Singh, we have been making this invitation for years, and it has never been accepted by the NDP.
You like endorsed the fucking liberal
or any other party.
All right, we have to wrap this section now, leaders. It is time for me, with great pleasure, to welcome Mercedes Stephenson of.
It's so funny that Blanchet was like, O'Toole, I heard you were talking shit about Quebec in French. Let me hear that and say that shit to my face.
Global News. She is joining us now, and she's going to be asking each of you a direct question on climate change. This round starts with Mr. Trudeau. Hi, Mercedes.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. Hello, candidates. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to ask you about a question that is on a lot of Canadians' minds, the question of climate change. Mr. Trudeau, starting with you. On your watch, Canada's greenhouse gas emissions have gone up every year since 2016, giving this country the worst emissions reduction record in the G7. According to the most recent data from your government, Canada's emissions in 2019 were just as high as they were 15 years ago. Environmentalists say that your performance is insufficient. If you're so serious about climate change, why are Canada's emissions still going up?
We inherited a government from a conservatives that did not believe in the fight against climate change, and we had a lot of catching up to do. But what we were able to do in 6 years is bring a national price on pollution, ban single-use plastics, move forward in protecting more of our coasts and oceans and rivers than any government in history. And we are right now on track to exceeding those 2030 targets set at the beginning at Paris, down to 36%. And we've gone even further with that, with a concrete plan that the experts have.
Why do you think it was a good idea to call an election? Before he called the election, he was polling at such a good amount that it gave like very high odds of a liberal majority, because he only has a minority now. But then he called it, and people were like, why the fuck did you call it? We hate you now.
Said is the only one that can achieve a 40%
which they say
reduction.
You're unlikely to meet.
That is what we're dealing with.
Okay, Mr. Trudeau. Mr.
Says you're
Blanchet.
unlikely to meet it.
Your party often criticizes the oil and gas industry in Canada's western provinces. You've said that you would block pipelines trying to go through Quebec. While you were the environment minister, though, you allowed oil exploration and carbon-intensive projects without environmental assessment. So why the double standard, and what do you say to Canadians who feel that you're blocking their prosperity?
There were three issues that have been raised since I've been into this election. First one is having reversed the 9B line of Enbridge, which had been reversed a few years sooner without any evaluation or anything. Second one is a project in Baie des Chaleurs, which already had been submitted to an evaluation, an environmental evaluation. And the other one was to have an environmental, I will come to that, evaluation after the exploration. This is all a build-up made by the previously environmentalist Stephen Guilbeault from the Parti Libéral, which the Prime Minister did not even know about when he attacked me with it. My record is also having signed the carbon market with California, which is still considered the best way to tackle the gas emission through incentives and tariffs around, I wouldn't say the world,
right,
at least
Mr.
North
Blanchet,
America.
That is time. Mercedes, your next question.
Mr. O'Toole, you're next. Under your plan, Canada would abandon its current climate target. Instead, you would settle for a weaker one. In fact, it's one set 6 years ago by Stephen Harper. World leaders are meeting this fall to ratchet up their commitments on climate change on the global stage, yet you would walk ours back. You've said that climate change is real and you've endorsed carbon pricing, but your target is the lowest of all of the major parties who are here.
Channel 5, I'll watch after this.
Why should Canadians settle for your plan and a plan that would take our target?
Which is a perfect description of the Conservative Party when he's trying to walk this sort of middle line between the far right and the right, where it's like, yes, no, we want to make sure that we're not too extreme, that we recognize climate catastrophe, recognize that it's caused by humans, but also we're not gonna our targets are gonna be lower. It's like, no, just say it with your chest.
It's back in time.
Because
it's literally Biden. It's worse than Biden. Because again, like I think you could reasonably argue that Biden is better than Trudeau on oil, and O'Toole is worse than Trudeau.
As Canadians deserve to have a plan and leadership to make the targets. Mr. Trudeau went to Paris. The targets I'm talking about making are the ones he signed on to, and then for 6 years did not make them. He likes to blame everyone else but himself for action. So what we did, because as I said, Mercedes, we have to build trust on this issue, we went out and worked with the top consultancy in the country to come up with a plan to price carbon, to get our emissions down to meet Paris, but to also get people back to work. After COVID-19, with $500 billion worth of debt put on by Mr. Trudeau, with a cost of living crisis, we also need to have a strong economy to get our emissions down. We will make our emission targets. And I think it's important for Canada to have a plan to meet what it signs on to internationally.
Oh, we already watched that one. Okay, that one is funny.
Paul of the Green Party, obviously environment a big focus in your plan, calls for a 60% reduction in Canada's emissions by the year 2030. Other countries that are making that commitment don't face the same challenges that we do here in Canada. We live in a cold, northern, sprawling country.
That is a hilarious change, because they're trying to make like all the questions hard. So it's like one question is why are your targets too low? And the other one is but your targets are too high.
And our economy still relies on resource extraction, much of which you've said you would shut down completely in your platform. How would you offset the economic harm that would result from meeting such an aggressive target?
Thanks for the question. And first, let me say that when I think about our future and I think about the future of energy, Canada will remain an energy superpower, but we will be a renewable energy superpower. And I think about my brother who was a roughneck out on the oil patch until the bust during the pandemic. And I think about his future, and I know that we have got to diversify our economy. But I tell the people of Canada today that what happens next is really up to you. We can keep moving towards a mirage, and that is what these promises are, a mirage that's just out there in the distance that we never arrive at. or you can send people back to Ottawa from every single party who are committed to working together across party lines on the greatest existential challenge of our time and seizing the opportunity of a truly green recovery.
Mr. Singh, you accuse the Trudeau government of being all talk and no action when it comes to climate change, and yet you won't even give Canadians a straight answer on whether or not you would cancel the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion. You've had years as NDP leader to develop a climate plan. Your platform has lots of big ideas and big targets, but almost no details on how you would get there. Don't you owe Canadians a clear answer on your climate roadmap, and will you provide one tonight?
Absolutely, and I'm honored to do so. We've got a bold plan that's going to take a lot of courage, that requires lots of investment, because we know how serious.
Yeah, it's the thing. Like, that was a non-answer by the Greens. It's so weird. Like, what is the point of the Green Party? Blanchet and Singh are giving better answers about the climate than you are. The Green Party answers about the climate are like, well, we're just gonna,
This crisis is. And we know what we're up against. Unlike Mr. Trudeau, we're not going to blame previous governments. We know that in power, we have the power to make a change. And if we vote for the same things, we're going to get the same results. So I want Canadians.
That's too long. You don't understand. I'm a patriot because I'm trying to do the best to contain Americanism. Patriotism means America deals with its own demons. These woke people rule in the State Department. Who are you making me? Is this a fucking... Did Infrared say this? They'll try to oppose Americanism on the world. The American leftists are Americans in the worst sense of the word. I am an American in the sense of taking inspiration, wanting to learn from the wisdom of superior civilizations like China. That's absolutely Infrared. There's no way that's not an Infrared
You have a
quote.
choice. We are committed to ending.
What is your plan, sir?
We'll lay some of it out. One of it is to end fossil fuel subsidies, use that to invest in clean energy. We would make sure we prioritize investing in electrified transportation. We would invest in retrofitting homes and buildings to reduce our emissions. There is so much that we can do. We are confident we can do it. But there is a
Bay Area
cost
got doxed,
if we continue
I think,
down
and
the
he just,
same path
left.
of conservative or liberals who don't take this seriously. You have a choice.
Which is a bullshit answer.
Thank you. Now it is time for open debate.
weak.
Mercedes is going to keep you leaders on theme. I'm going to keep you...
Infrared would actually love the Communist Party of Canada because they don't even recognize, as far as I understand, I don't think this has changed recently, they don't recognize Canada as a settler state.
On time and make sure everyone has a chance to be heard. Ms. Paul, we're starting with you. Back to you, Mercedes.
Thank you. Canadians want their government to fight climate change, but they also worry about the cost for their families. And we know there will be a cost to this. Why should Canadians trust your party to see us through this?
There is a global green rush going on now to create the competitive green economy of the future. What the Greens don't want to see is Canada being left behind, because that is exactly what's happening. You know, I'm sure that the last candle maker was the person that had the market cornered on candle making, but if everyone has moved on to LED lights, then you're in trouble. And so what we want to see
is a very weak delivery.
Seizing this opportunity. And Mercedes, to your earlier question, if Denmark and Greenland, other cold countries, can end oil exploration, then certainly we can do it. And if 27 countries in the European Union can come together collaboratively to have an ambitious plan for the climate, then surely with leadership, we can do the same here in Canada. I know Canada can do anything that any other country can do.
Absolutely. I think we absolutely can.
If any type of energy is removed from the global market, Canadian energy, it's replaced by a bad actor country that doesn't have carbon reduction programs, it doesn't have human rights, it doesn't have engagement with Indigenous communities. Indigenous partnerships in natural resources is huge. So you said the cost. There are tens of thousands of jobs that deserve an economic recovery just as much as anyone else. There are Indigenous partnerships, economic reconciliation, and a move towards a made in Canada net zero by 2050. So let's be leaders in getting carbon emissions down and being world leaders on how we have natural resources, whether it's energy, timber, rare earth minerals for EVs, that we can be world leaders again.
Let's talk about the cost. The cost of inaction is an entire town of Lytton being wiped out by a climate forest fire. The cost of inaction is forest fires and flooding and heat waves that mean Canadians lose their lives. The cost of not acting means a young woman I met in Hamilton who looked me in the eyes and said, what's the point of me pursuing my education? What's the point of me finding a partner or even starting a family when I don't know what type of future I'll live in, let alone my child? That's the cost of inaction. That's the cost of Mr. Trudeau, who had 6 years to do something.
Quebecers in Hassan's chat arguing the French didn't colonize Indigenous people, but the English did. Yeah, I mean, that's just cope.
About this.
Again,
it's not 2 years. It's not a small mandate. 6 years, and he failed you.
Canadian exceptionalism is so funny because Canada isn't even like a real country. Like it's less of a real country than America. Canadian culture was just like made up by corporations in the 60s where it's like, oh shit, we don't actually have a unique identity. Let's just, I don't know.
Mr. Trudeau.
Again,
all of us.
Mr. Trudeau.
When we talk...
It's one of the reasons why the show Corner Gas is so incredibly Canadian. Because it's just fucking bland. It doesn't take any risks. It's super boring. It's super like referential to specific boring things Canadians do.
Talk about a climate crisis.
Corner Gas is one of the worst fucking shows. Go rewatch Corner Gas. The writing is so fucking bad. It's terrible. It's so bad. I watched it when I was like 12 and I thought it was funny. And then you watch it when you're like an adult human being and it's like Trailer Park Boys is really good. Trailer Park Boys is like one of the only good Canadian shows. And I think it's because it's like, yeah.
Have to deal in
it's a very unique sort of cultural product.
Facts. And one of the facts I need to correct right now that everyone is laid into is we have not missed any of our targets. We are on track to exceeding our targets. And it's important that we are on facts. Secondly, I do have a question for Mr. Singh. We need to talk about science. We need to talk about experts. We agree on that, you and I both. So how is it that the experts that have rated our plan on climate to be an A have rated your plan to be an F?
Experts.
What is this? This is like...
Your track record an F, Mr. Trudeau. You've had 6 years.
You don't get to rate.
Well, not just me.
Experts. Why did the experts give you an...
Who are these experts?
You're talking about the future.
Let Mr. Singh
Let's talk
respond,
about
Mr.
right
Trudeau.
now. Let me respond to this. Let's talk. You're talking about the future. Let's talk about right now. You had 6 years, and you've got the. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Climate.
You've got the worst track record in all the G7 after 6 years. How can people trust you?
Why didn't you put forward an ambitious plan?
Mr. Singh, Mr. Trudeau, then Ms. Paul, then Mr. Blanchet.
I don't accept that, first of all. I don't accept that at all. We've got a bold
hold on, Ms. Paul.
and a strong plan.
Mr. Singh, thank you very much, Mr. Trudeau.
Get heated about these things.
He cannot explain
why. That is, by the way, that is an absolute fucking blank by the NDP. Because Trudeau had a tweet about this. About how we talked about this 2 days ago. 2 days ago? Yeah. About like Trudeau tweeting about how experts gave the NDP a 2 out of 10 on the climate policy. Like they had, if I don't know that he gets to be the same as the Libs, they had a long time to prepare for this weird insult. Like Trudeau tweeted this own out before the debate, a day before it. I don't understand why Singh was just entirely unprepared to respond to that.
His plan is being panned by experts. Now, every politician up here says, we have the best plan. We actually have a record. And what Mercedes' question was, how do we make sure it's affordable? We brought in a price on pollution across the country that puts more money back in the pockets in the provinces where it had to be imposed because conservative politicians fought against it every step of the way.
Ms. Paul,
with the greatest of respect, I think the 5 PhDs in our shadow cabinet who put together our green recovery policy would disagree with you, with the experts. But I do want to say more generally that, again, this is getting us nowhere. We have got to be able to come together across party lines, not only to face the existential crisis that Mr.
Seems like
Singh
that the whole
described, but
election, yeah.
also to seize the greatest economic opportunity that Canada has seen within our lifetimes. We are being left behind. And if the United States can do it, if the European Union can do it, I know that we can do it. It's about a change in the culture.
All right, thank you, Ms. Paul. Mr. Blanchette, did you want to get
The clock
in?
shows that I'm quite behind everybody else, and I have 12 seconds left.
Take some
I will
time,
disagree
sir.
with the basic statement. There's possibility to create more wealth to absorb the cost of the changes that we need. We must stop opposing environment and creating wealth. It may go together well. This is the change that we have to do.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mercedes. And now, leaders, we are moving on to our next theme, reconciliation.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Now we are going to our first-time voter, Merrick McLeod in Sault Ste. Marie. He's got a question to all the leaders. Merrick, you're 18 years old. You're a first-time voter. What is your question to the leaders? Go ahead, Merrick. The leaders are listening.
Ani Bojo. In the Ojibwe culture, trust and respect is key to any relationship.
Oh.
Shoot.
You got it, Merrick. Keep going.
How can I trust and respect the federal government after 150 plus years of lies and abuse to my people? And as Prime Minister, what will you do to rebuild the trust between First Nations and the federal government?
I love him. Go off, King.
Thank you, Merrick.
Pop off.
Leaders, you've heard the question. How do you respond to Merrick? Mr. Trudeau, you start this round.
Thank you, Merrick, for your question. You're
King.
absolutely right. Over the past 150 years, Canada has failed in its relationship with Indigenous peoples. People who we should be working with in shared stewardship of the land, working with in partnership as we draw from the bounty and the beauty of this land to build a better future for all. That is why over the past 6 years, we have stepped up on the path of reconciliation. We have ended boil water advisories in 109 different communities. We have made sure that tens of thousands of young people get to go to school in better classrooms. We continue to move forward on fighting fighting for the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and ensuring a true partnership as we move forward in respect.
Mr. Blanchette.
Your question is quite moving. I would say that no one is entitled to tell any nation what to do.
Oh, fuck off.
Or what to think. And that every nation has to be recognized as such. Either...
Except France.
It is a nation of 300 people, like there is in Quebec, or an 8 million people nation like Quebec is. It calls for a relationship between equals. It calls for a relationship in which nobody tells the other party that they are stronger, bigger, richer, and therefore you will do as you are told, even if we say it politely. And first, you provide clean water to everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchette. Ms. Paul.
Yes, and thank you so much for the question, and I understand the anguish in it as well, because justice delayed is justice denied. And coming from a diaspora myself, where we have been robbed of our culture, of our languages, of our history, I have no idea where my ancestors were born or where they're buried. I completely understand how important this is and how frustrating it is not to have seen the action. I am tired of being up on these stages without Indigenous leadership here to speak for itself. Jody Wilson-Raybould, Mumalak Kalak, I'm thinking of you right now. And when Ms. Kakak said that without action, that the Parliament would be hollow, she was right. So Indigenous sovereignty, self-determination, nation-to-nation engagement, that is my commitment.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. McLeod, thank you for the question. And the way you phrased it is so important. Reconciliation is about trust and respect and restoring it after a century and a half of a federal government failing. That's why, as opposition leader, my first question when I rose in the House of Commons was on a call to action on reconciliation with respect to Indigenous health. We need to build partnerships. We need to restore trust. And that trust is eroded when you make commitments on safe drinking water on reserve, when you make commitments on the calls to action in the Truth and Reconciliation Report and have no plan to fulfill them. So I want to build partnerships and have Indigenous leaders have governance over the federal government finally delivering on our commitment to Indigenous peoples.
Mr. Singh.
Thank you very much, Merrick. Thank you for your question. How to restore trust? How do you restore trust when Indigenous communities suffer injustice and it continues in an unbroken line to this very day? How do you restore trust when you've got a prime minister that takes a knee one day and then takes Indigenous kids to court the next? And how do you restore trust in a country as wealthy as ours, a G7 nation?
Interesting that the NDP are the only ones that brought up that fact that the Canadian government is currently like opposing quite a few Indigenous
in the 21st century,
because they don't want to give money.
That still does not provide clean drinking water to every single.
Also, is Singh the only one that mentioned drinking
Indigenous
water?
nation? It starts by actually walking the path of reconciliation, not with the empty words, but real action.
Oh no, Blanchette said that too.
Clean water, nation to nation, and respect.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Singh. Merrick, did the leaders answer your question?
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Miigwech.
King.
Messieurs Blanchette and O'Toole, it is your turn to debate now. You've promised more money to search for unmarked graves, but so much more needs to be done to achieve meaningful reconciliation. Mr. Blanchette, you begin. Tell me, how are you better positioned than Mr. O'Toole to restore justice?
I am not better positioned than Mr. O'Toole because I believe that this is a relationship between nations. And, you know, your presence a nation, I feel I represent another one, and we are discussing with.
Because again, it's like, okay, as the Quebecois nation, what will you say about the Indigenous people that your nation's existence predicates a dispossession of their land?
A lot of other nations, but I will remind everybody.
Yeah, what about the fucking graves in Quebec?
That on the last day of the last session, we had a motion adopted unanimously by the Parliament, and this motion was precisely saying what we had been told to carry by the.
Why is he on stage? Because he's a major party, right? To not include the Quebecois party would be like wildly scandalous.
The First Nation leaders, and we had it adopted. This might be the way to do it. Many times the Bloc Québécois said, even if we don't agree with everything, that we would share our seats and our voices in the Parliament with the First Nations in order to have them being heard by the whole country.
After the tragic finding of graves in Kamloops, Cowessess, and other former residential school sites, we offered to work in a bipartisan fashion on calls to action 71 to 76. Those are related to former residential school sites. And we need to act faster. I know Mr. Trudeau cares a great deal about reconciliation. I know we all do. But this is an issue where we have to act. We can no longer say that we recognize the calls to action. We need a plan to achieve them. And what I'm proposing is a plan that builds partnerships.
Yeah, Bloc
that
can be
builds
opposition.
governance,
Yeah.
that has
I mean,
Indigenous leaders.
They have MPs, right?
Incredible ones, like Jody Wilson-Raybould, to allow us to actually hold ourselves to account. All parties, all future governments. This is the biggest scar in the history of Canada. And we have to tackle it not just with good intentions, but with a good plan.
It's very interesting as well that it's perceived as a scar, right? Where it's like it's damage that has been done and there is no more damage anymore, and you simply see the effect of the previous damage. It's a very telling analogy.
To deliver for all.
Because colonization is like an active process.
Indigenous people.
Mr. Blanchette,
the Prime Minister has nominated Gouverneur Général, I don't know how to translate that, who speaks Inuktitut, which is great, but does not speak French. Still, he does not agree with the idea of
that's Governor General, right?
recognizing First Nation languages as official languages in his country.
All right.
How did he not translate govern? It's like the same word in French.
We will leave that segment there. Ms. Paul, Mr. Singh, Mr. Trudeau, you're up.
It's the same set of
Tell
words.
me, what is your plan to end the ongoing disproportionate violence against Indigenous women and girls? Ms. Paul.
Because it's pretty much, and this is the fact that like any just in general, any like person running for a party that is recognizing the legitimacy of the Canadian settler state won't be able to solve the problem, because as long as Canada exists, the problem will still happen.
Thing is to make space for Indigenous leadership, because
but like for the most part, quite a bit of this is literally just it's performative.
We have done all these things and made all these promises. We know what needs to be done. The recommendations are there in the calls for justice and the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls report, and yet we still don't have the action. And so, as I said before, it should be Jody up here answering that question. It should be Mumala Kakak up here answering that question. We need to make the space for Indigenous leadership to guide this process, and above all, we need to make this a priority. All that is left now is political will.
But that is exactly what we have been doing, Ms. Paul. When we called the national...
You see, this is the thing with Trudeau, where it's like, he's in a hard, because he's been governing for 6 fucking years.
Inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls after years
of
government.
Well, it's still bad. It's still quite bad.
It's avoiding doing that. We ensured that we brought the truth forward, and then we worked with Indigenous leaders groups, Indigenous women's groups, to co-develop the action plan that we are now fully funding, so we can get justice for the victims, healing for the families, and put an end to this ongoing national tragedy. It will take a lot of work by all of us, but we are walking this road in partnership because we know it needs to be done, and there is much more to do.
But Mr. Trudeau, sadly, and this, I don't take any pleasure in this, the calls to justice are out there, and you haven't acted on them. And I meant it when I said you can't take a knee one day if you're going to take Indigenous kids to court the next. That's not leadership.
Mr. Singh,
that's not going to make
get his ass.
Indigenous kids to court. It's actually not true. We have committed to compensating those kids.
It's just so, he's such a Weasley little fucking liar, dude.
Say that. Listen,
and what's
seriously,
more
you can't
than
say
that, this is important, Mr. Singh.
No, you can't say you're not taking them.
Weasley little liar.
When you talk about
there are kids out there that are
literally lying to his audience.
being fought by you in court.
Leaders, I would actually remind you the question is about violence against Indigenous women and girls. Let me recenter you on that.
I appreciate it, because he can't continue to say that. That doesn't make any sense.
And Ms. Curl, I will say again, I said this last night in the French debate, this is why we need more diversity in politics. This is why we need people to be, who are most directly impacted by issues, to be able to speak for themselves, because we are drifting off into things. We have only dedicated 2 minutes to talking about how.
See, this is like the liberal representative argument that if we have a Canadian settler state in which is like people in like higher offices of power are a part of the marginalized class, then we can talk about the issues in a better way, I guess. And because we talk about
how we are going to bring true justice to Indigenous.
This seems like it was on topic.
Women in this country, if we could stick to the topic.
Mr. Trudeau.
Ms. Curl, on this topic, and it was brought up in the earlier one, and we talked about it.
Like Trudeau is taking Indigenous people to court to not pay them money for the harm that the Canadian government has done. That seems pretty on topic.
Indigenous women, I want to talk about those kids buried in unmarked graves across the country, because it was a tragedy for all Canadians, one long known by Indigenous peoples. But when I went to Cowessess to speak with Chief Cadmus Delorme, we not only grieved those kids, we signed an agreement, a landmark agreement, to keep kids at risk in their communities, to take them out of the provincial system. That is how we move forward. It took years to sign that agreement, but we got it, and we are empowering Indigenous communities to care for their own kids.
Mr. Trudeau, we're out of time. Mr. Singh, I'm going to give you a very brief moment to respond.
All right,
Briefly, we're over time.
Let's see, what do you got?
We need to implement all the calls to justice. We need to listen to Indigenous women and girls. We need to make sure that they're safe, and we have the steps that they've laid out that we need to follow.
All right, thank you very much, leaders. Now I'm really pleased to welcome Melissa Ridgen of APTN News. Melissa's going to be asking you each a direct question on our theme of reconciliation. Your first question, hi Melissa, is to Mr. Blanchet. Over to you.
Tanshe, thank you all for being here. It's a pleasure to be here with you to ask some questions for our APTN audience. Mr. Blanchet, I'm going to start with you. You know, numerous government
I will
reports,
say,
including
by Singh, sort of weak answer. I really do not think that Singh has been doing particularly good this debate. I don't know what his fucking prep is, but I don't think it's nearly close to good enough. That's my main takeaway at the moment.
in Quebec have sounded the alarm that systemic racism exists, from Joyce Echequan dying as she's taunted by hospital staff, to policing, the justice system. What will you do as Black leader to address systemic racism in your own province in Quebec and also elsewhere in Canada?
Oh, yeah, let's
First,
see.
never underestimate the weight, the sadness of those dramas. Second, I acknowledge, I recognize the existence of systemic racism in June 2020. And then, what happened? It became a political tool against Quebec. It became a tool to say Quebec is this and that and racist and xenophobic and all of that, instead of opening a discussion.
So the argument is, I recognize that racism existed, and then we had to actually do things about it, and it made us look bad. And people were saying, oh, Quebec is racist. So look at what it got me, recognizing the obvious truth.
Trying to find solution, consulting experts, discussing with the First Nations themselves. It became this white society against this other one, white society. We build nothing, so the words became toxic. I'm
what are you
absolutely
gonna do?
open to the idea of discussing
what are you going to do?
all
What's
of
the
that
real? So we're going to have a discussion. We're going to come
on a
together and discuss.
quiet stage without this aggressivity.
But don't be so mean about it.
Being aggressive as this debate has become.
All right, Mr. Blanchet, we have to move on. Your next question, Melissa.
This question's for you, Ms. Paul. You know, Canada has more children in government custody right now than at the height of residential schools. New legislation, child welfare legislation, actually takes the onus on and puts it on the First Nations communities to bring their kids back, cleaning up the mess that Canada has created, essentially. And those children are going to have to be brought back to all of those same problems that still exist, that were the grounds for apprehension. What would you do in the House of Commons to make sure that poverty and trauma issues are addressed?
Thank you very much for that question. And absolutely, we mentioned that not that long ago in one of our statements that the residential school system had been replaced by children in care, and that this was just perpetuating the legacy of trauma. It really comes back to what I said before, which is that the Indigenous leadership is there. It is ready to guide all of these processes. We have all of the recommendations we need. What we are missing is political will. What we are missing is those who have been in power for a very long time, making space for new voices and diverse voices.
Are people arguing in French? I mean, look, the Blanchet. What's going on?
I had to pull my jaw up, which just dropped when I heard what Mr. Blanchet said. I invited Mr. Blanchet to get educated about systemic discrimination. I extend that invitation again. I would be happy to educate him.
It's nice to want to educate me.
This is my time, sir.
It is.
Thank you.
So
oh,
nice
shit. Girl boss.
That was not an insult. It was an invitation
You used to
educate yourself.
This is leader.
Get her out. Get his ass.
There
Melissa,
should be
Mr.
decency in this debate.
Girl boss.
Since I'm many minutes behind everybody else, there should be some
Mr.
decency
Blanchet,
in
you
the
have
debate.
had every opportunity to jump in an open debate.
Not mine, but some things
and
cannot
I am
be said.
fulfilling my responsibility.
And she's like totally like a lib Zionist. Like it is like, nevertheless, she persisted shit.
Sir, Melissa, we're going to keep moving on.
Is it my turn?
It is your turn.
Well, thank you. Mr. Trudeau, this is for you. You know, your Liberal government has turned Indian Affairs into two separate, massive bureaucracies that eat up large portions of funding that will never see it on to reserve. It doesn't leave the bureaucracy. You know, you've promised clean drinking water, but billions of dollars later, that's not happened. Many still do not have clean drinking water. You know, Canadians and Indigenous people are losing patience with...
No, you do not root for the Greens. The Greens suck.
the lack of results from all of this spending. So I guess the question is, why would they believe you this a third term, that they would get results and you would be accountable for all that spending?
One of the enemies of progressive politics, Melissa, is cynicism, is discounting.
You can say that again, buddy.
The hard work that millions of people have been involved in over the past years. And yes, there's always more to do. Progressives always know there's more to do. But when we came into office, there were 105 long-term boil water advisories. We lifted 109 of them, and for each of the ones that are remaining, we have a project lead, a project team, and
the NDP are the only ones who would ever be worth rooting for here.
An action plan, and we are going to lift those all. There are tens of thousands of kids across this country, Indigenous kids, who've started the school year in new schools or refurbished schools. We have moved forward on settling more agreements and more land claims and more partnerships than any other government over the years. We continue to work in partnership and respect and invest more money in Indigenous communities than any previous government. And no, we're not done yet.
I think the money, I don't think anybody's questioning the money spent. I think that they're questioning the results for the money that's spent. My next question is to you, Mr. Singh. Federal forces, including the RCMP and the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, have
he's talking like that because he's on a timer and they really don't have that much
been
time.
used throughout Canada's history to prevent First Nations from exercising their treaty rights to fish and to hunt and to defend land and water. This is happening right now on both coasts, including under the NDP party in British Columbia with regards to fishing and logging. So my question would be to you, as Prime Minister, what would you...
Also the response, I don't know if you could do that. Because the provincial NDP are in power in British Columbia, but they are not affiliated with the federal NDP. This is with a lot of provincial level politics. It's very strange, right? Like you vote for it's the NDP versus the Libs, and the Libs and the NDP in British Columbia, they're not affiliated in it. They're vaguely affiliated. Like sometimes a federal party will like endorse provincial, and some provincial parties are directly affiliated. But in British Columbia, the Libs are straight up conservatives. Yes, the Libs are the remnants of the SOCRED coalition, essentially social credit stuff. They're quite literally conservative. So more right than the federal Liberal Party, and the NDP are like Blairite, basically.
Do you do to ensure Indigenous rights and title are finally respected in this country?
I really appreciate the question. First of all, we need to respect Indigenous treaty land and rights. That's a fundamental step towards walking the path of reconciliation in a real meaningful way. But you mentioned the RCMP, and I got to talk about the really sad reality that there's been violence, heavy-handed violence against Indigenous communities, against peaceful protesters, and I have long called for reform of policing. When I was in the provincial level, I fought against carting. I've continued to use every platform I have to say we've got to stop the use of force. We've got to overview it. We've got to change the RCMP's mandate. And that's something we can do at the federal level. That's something that Mr. Trudeau said he would do and yet has yet to do. And it's something I'm committed to making sure happens.
Mr. O'Toole, next question is for you. You voted against the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People that would share decision-making power with Indigenous people over what happens on their land. And you also want to criminalize Indigenous dissent that's expressed through blockades or protests. So the question is, if you're Prime Minister, how could Canada build a respectful nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous people?
Thank you, Ms. Ridgen. And this goes very similar to Mr. McLeod's question on trust and respect. I want to build those partnerships.
So, empty words.
And that's why our only concern with the United Nations Declaration,
I think everyone understands that those are empty words, right?
Was how free and prior informed consent was defined so that it didn't stop partnerships from being formed. I'm really glad to say one of the early leaders behind the UN Declaration, Chief Willie Littlechild, has agreed to serve as a special counsel to me on the implementation of that to make sure that there are partnerships and opportunities. What I want to do as Prime Minister is build that type of nation-to-nation dialogue and partnership so that the next generation has intergenerational wealth and opportunity transfer, not trauma. And building that trust will be core to me. It's why, as I said, my first question was on reconciliation. We have to make progress.
All right, thank you, Mr. O'Toole. Now we move on to open debate. A reminder that Melissa will be here to keep the leaders on theme. I will be here to do my best to keep you on time. And all of you have an opportunity to jump in after Mr. Trudeau begins with a question from Melissa.
Okay, I think if there's one thing that Canadians and Indigenous people can all agree upon, it is that this Indian Act system is not working for anybody. How would you dismantle this broken top-down system, and what would you replace it with that would ensure that Canada still is living up to its constitutional obligations to Indigenous people?
Thank you for the 2
First
3
of all,
months.
we are looking forward to dismantling the Indian Act. It is a commitment of ours, but it is not something that Ottawa gets to decide. And what replaces the Indian Act will vary from community to community as we live up to our obligations. And that's why over the years, as we've moved towards self-government, we have accompanied communities, some who want to start with health, some who want to start with education, some who want to start with economic development. Every community, every nation across this country gets to help define what its path is forward. We will be there to listen, to partner, to build a better future every step of the way.
The way to go forward is to listen to leaders. And Mr. Trudeau ignored one that he had in his own cabinet, in Jody Wilson-Raybould. That was a huge lost opportunity. We've been speaking to people with how we can accelerate treaty resolution. There are some treaty negotiations, Ms. Ridgen, that have been going on, as you probably know, for decades. We need to solve it, and we need to work with Indigenous leaders.
We're going to solve the problems. When I get elected, there are problems. I'm going to solve them all.
Incredible Indigenous leaders in nonprofits, in the private sector, in industry, in academia. We need to use that governance capacity to finalize treaties and build partnerships.
Absolutely.
Because the best way forward...
This is such a funny account. Why the Bloc Québécois might have a breakout year in Ontario by Nate Silver.
is success for Indigenous peoples alongside their neighbors.
That's such a good account.
Mr. Singh and then Mr. Trudeau. I'm coming to you, Mr. Trudeau.
I'll just jump in on this one point. I think absolutely the solution has to be Indigenous-led. And I think that's the starting point. And for a long time, we've seen that there's been a top-down approach that has to change. It has to be Indigenous people at the table. But I want to talk about the impacts, so just we understand how severe this is, how the Indian Act is creating injustice and perpetuating injustice. I spoke to...
Oh, by the way, update on the prediction calculator. This is 338, which is the Canadian 538, basically, because there's 338 seats. Libs have bumped up again, and it's more likely they're polling a little bit better now, because you can see there was a very large disparity here. And it's getting a bit better for the Libs. So that's back. I wonder there's been a slight shift in the polls. Because people have had enough time to think about like a conservative option. They're like, maybe, actually, I don't like that anymore.
Who's a young woman, a young girl who lives in Niskandiga. And she told me in her own voice, she said, I'm a 12-year-old girl and I'm fighting for clean drinking water. How does that make any sense? Those words haunt me to this day. I think about what 12-year-olds do, and they certainly aren't fighting for clean drinking water. That is a legacy. That is the impact of the Indian.
The thing we're hoping for, I think, is NDP get a bunch more seats, and the Liberals have a minority. So they have a lot more pressure.
I want to go back to what Mr. O'Toole has been saying, because he's very able at saying all the right things, but there are countless examples of him actually not living up to his words. We've seen him on a number of times during this campaign, but on Indigenous issues...
And yes, he does have... Singh has to be meaner. I absolutely agree with that. I really am not happy so far with Singh's like debate performance or whatever.
Specifically, he says we need to listen to Indigenous peoples. Well, he proposed that he would raise the flags that are at half-mast for the kids in unmarked graves in residential schools. And he didn't talk to or listen to any Indigenous leaders when he made that decision. And that's something that is important and symbolic, but wouldn't cost a cent. How do we believe that he would be able to actually make the investment necessary?
Hold on. I'm going to give Ms. Paul and Mr. Blanchet a chance to jump in. We haven't heard from them yet. Time permitting, I'll come back to you, Mr. O'Toole.
Incredible, dude.
And I really again want to
this is a great format.
Ask Mr. Trudeau to move immediately.
Hold on, Ms. Paul.
I really just want to try to recenter our conversation on Indigenous peoples and what we are going to do to fulfill the many unfulfilled promises and commitments that have been made.
This is the neoliberalization of lived experience standpoint epistemology, which is sad to see, you know, because I think standpoint epistemology is, you know,
and I would say, perhaps to pick up on what has been said, you know, that it seems all too often that reconciliation is treated like a buffet. You can opt in for this, pick this plate, but not the other one. And that applies to what we've seen with Mr. Trudeau and the Liberals. You can't, on the one hand, say reconciliation and then go and not allow Mi'kmaq fishers to be able to have a decent, moderate living for all of these years. You can't call reconciliation and then take Indigenous peoples to court. But Mr. Singh, you also can't say reconciliation and then support the NDP government in putting pipelines through Indigenous territories, or support Line 5 after the Anishinaabe.
Yeah, that is, there hasn't been...
Made it very clear that they did not support that project.
That's a good point. There's been a weird... Because the BC level NDP are not particularly good.
Paul, I'm going to...
Even though they aren't directly affiliated. But again, there's been no denouncement of that by saying...
allow Mr. Blanchet to get in. He's been signaling he wants to.
Yes.
I will come back to
Which is hilarious that Blanchet wants to get in on this.
Mr. Blanchet.
First Nations and Quebec have something in common. They are binded by a document they never signed. And any relationship...
He keeps wanting to do this, which, again, the French voters, the Bloc voters love this.
...between nations should be dealt with freely signed treaties or...
He's doing the thing of like, see, French people and Indigenous people are in the same boat, aren't we, if you think about it?
The Indian Act has to be replaced one nation at a time, if need be, by and with freely signed treaties and agreement. There's no other way. And if I may come back a few seconds on something else. Quebec wants religion out.
My move is good. I'm pretty much done.
Of the state affairs, because religion never protected equality for women and never will.
We are civilizing a Muslim people argument that literally, that argument literally carries from French colonialism. Like, that's quite literally the argument made by the French in like Algeria.
We are over time. I'm going to give you both a chance to briefly respond, Mr. O'Toole, then Mr. Singh.
It's
briefly,
very direct.
please.
I am proud of this country, and I think if you love your country, you can dig deep to make it better. So as Prime Minister on the National Day of Reconciliation on September 30th, I will raise the flag with a commitment to move forward on calls to action. Mr. Trudeau promises
I've lived by the Great Lakes before. Yeah, it's cold as fuck. The wind is fucking sucks. But it's nice. The Great Lakes look very beautiful.
Doesn't deliver, and then when people protested him, he mocked them. That is not reconciliation. So you can be proud of your country as you strive for it to get better.
All right, thank you, Mr. O'Toole. Mr. Singh, briefly.
I think that Mr. Trudeau may care. I think he cares. But the reality is that he's often done a lot of things for show and hasn't backed those up with real action. And the harm is that Indigenous people continue to suffer. And that's what I want to stop. I want to stop the suffering and lift up Indigenous people by being allies.
5 seconds, Mr. Trudeau, then we got to go. Mr. Trudeau, 5 seconds.
Unfortunately, the cynicism that Mr. Singh is showing on saying we did nothing is harming reconciliation and the path we're moving forward. We have lots more to do, and we are doing it.
All right, leaders, thank you. Thank you, Melissa.
Merci, merci.
Merci.
And now it is time for our fourth theme for the night, affordability.
Affordability?
It's time now to bring in Janet Falla. She is a senior working part-time in Burlington, Ontario. Good evening, Janet. Please tell us what your question is to the leaders.
Yeah, NDP really fucked that. I'm gonna say he really flubbed that shit. Singh really, yeah.
My question is this: at my age, I never imagined that I would have to keep on working, but I have to afford to live where I do. So I'd like to know, when they become Prime Minister, what will they do to help us seniors survive?
Thank you, Janet. Leaders, you've heard Janet's question. We're starting with you, Mr. Blanchet.
Merci, Madame. For many months now, the Bloc Québécois has demanded for the government to increase the amount of money being provided on a monthly basis to our elders. It's nowhere in the Conservatives' program, and in the Liberals' program, it starts at 75, nothing below 75 for this pension. I'm not sure about the word in English.
Yeah, the bloc is vaguely socially democratic, I guess. That's probably fair, right?
It has to be done. Those people are those who suffer the most.
That's actually a good question. To what extent this is in the federal jurisdiction?
From the pandemic, their power to buy things was reduced. The fact that they were alone more than ever before was made worse. And the stress, the anxiety they lived with is terrible. We want something to be done, and it has to start with a monthly check, seriously increased.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchet. Mr. O'Toole.
Thank you, Ms. Valla, for the question. This is a crisis facing our country.
Yeah, social democracy for whites. So you mean social democracy? Hold on, which button is it?
Affordability. And it's hitting our seniors the hardest. That's why in Canada's recovery plan, our plan to give you a break, we're going to double the Canada Workers Benefit. There are many seniors like you having to work to keep up with the cost of living. We're going to double that for you to give you a break. We're going to get bills down for internet, for cellular phone. We're going to get grocery bills down. That is our plan and our commitment. And in December, we're going to give you a break with the GST holiday and help bricks and mortar stores in the process. Mr. Trudeau is borrowing every day $424 million, and he's causing an inflation crisis. We have to secure our future.
Oh, yeah.
And that's our commitment.
The problem is that he's borrowing too much. What would actually help you is austerity.
To you,
Thank you, Mr. O'Toole. Mr. Trudeau.
Ms. Fallish, thank you so much for your question. We know that seniors have been deeply affected by this pandemic, the isolation, the extra costs, which is why we stepped up with a one-time support so you could get through this pandemic. But we need longer-term supports.
Did you watch this
debate? One of the first things we did was increase the guaranteed income supplement for our most vulnerable single seniors when we first got elected. We're doing that again in our proposal in this election. We're also moving forward with increasing the OAS for all seniors over 75 because we recognize that the costs continue to increase as you get older and continue to want to live at home. We're giving you more supports so you can stay at
Is it as terrible as people were saying? Yeah, pretty much. It's everything that I expected, but I will say I'm not particularly happy with Singh's performance.
At home safely and make those renovations. Importantly, we will continue to have your backs as we have through this pandemic and into the future.
Thank you, Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Singh.
That's basically my takeaway.
I want to thank you so much for your question. And one of the things that you mentioned is that you didn't think you would have to keep on working. And I don't think our seniors should have to work. If seniors want to contribute by working, that's absolutely their right, but you shouldn't have had to work. And in a country as rich as ours, we should make sure our seniors are able to retire with dignity, that you've got the supports necessary to live a life of dignity. So what we're proposing to do is put in place a guaranteed income for seniors so they can live with dignity and not have to worry about paying the bills. That's a starting point. What we've seen so far is that Mr. Trudeau and Mr. O'Toole both are going to either cut the help that you receive or put the burden back on people like you. We believe that the ultra-rich should pay their fair share for once and invest in you, invest in families, invest in people.
Thank you, Mr. Singh.
That's a good answer.
Ms. Paul.
That's good. Cavill, you came in at the right time. That was solid.
Thank you very, very much for the question.
Yes, when Jeremy got kicked out of the House of Commons because he wouldn't apologize for calling a Bloc Québécois member racist.
And then as someone who comes from a family where my grandma and grandfather had to work until actually they were kicked out.
Remember when there was like an Indigenous MP said Trudeau didn't give a fuck about Indigenous people and he had to apologize?
Of working because they needed to keep working to afford the basics. I completely understand what you're saying. And this is an opportunity for us to learn the lessons.
It's literally like fucking, like the House of Commons procedure is like 5-year-old manners.
From this pandemic and to really get to the heart of things and to stop talking about the symptoms but get to the root causes. We need to have, absolutely, and it's so wonderful to see the consensus building around a guaranteed livable income so that whatever your circumstances, you can live with with dignity. We need universal long-term care. That's a huge expense. It was for my family. And we need more affordable housing. Let's get to the root causes.
Thank you, Ms. Paul. Mr. Singh and Mr. Blanchette, you will both square off now. You both talk about affordable housing, but we know that affordability means different things to different people depending on where in the country they live. So when you talk about affordable housing, who are you really talking about? Per the draw, Mr. Singh, you begin. Mr. Blanchette, you may jump in anytime.
We're talking about people who are spending right now more than half their income on housing. That's not affordable. People should not be spending so much on housing that they have no money left to pay for their groceries, to pay for their bills. And the sad reality is, since 2015 to now, the average cost of housing nationally has gone up to buy a home by $300,000. So far, the housing crisis has gotten worse over the past 6 years. We want to invest in housing. We want to invest to make it easier to buy your first home and to invest to make sure there's available, affordable rental homes.
Let Mr. Blanchette
to make sure that any Twitch
Could anyone tell me how to translate logement social?
Social housing.
Social housing might be a solution to another problem. People are paying, at least in Quebec, people are paying far too much for houses because the prices have increased tremendously.
Is that the phrase?
The idea is to reduce the speed of that increase while helping people who cannot even afford decent lodging. If we build more social lodging, which price are obviously very lower.
Oh, like lodging. Oh, funny. I see the because he said lodging.
Slower,
okay, yeah.
Then it will lessen the pressure on those houses who become more and more expensive. And it will help reduce this. I wouldn't speak about an inflation crisis, but I would speak about an inflation worry, which we must have at present times. So I believe one thing might be part of the solution for the other thing when we speak about housing.
All right, Mr. Blanchette, that's time. I'm sorry, Mr. Singh, that's time. You speak about inflation, Mr. Blanchette, and that brings us to our next topic. So Mr. O'Toole, Mr. Trudeau, and Ms. Paul, you're up. Inflation is at its highest level in a decade, and it is squeezing Canadians on staples such as groceries, gas, rent. What's your message to Canadians who are struggling to make ends meet? Per the drug.
The implication is that inflation is like the government is spending too much money, and that's why people they can't afford groceries.
You begin, Mr. O'Toole.
Well, unlike Mr. Trudeau, I will care about monetary policy because we need to keep inflation low. There is a crisis hitting families, and Mr. Trudeau seems completely oblivious to that. Bills are going up. There's a housing crisis, as we talked about, and he's making it worse with, as I said, almost $500 million of borrowing per day. There's real risks on the horizon. So we have a plan to get people work, get their bills down, give them a break. Canadians deserve a break and balance the budget over the course of the next decade. That's exactly what we need to fight against Mr. Trudeau's inflation.
Try not to
give families a break.
Anyone.
Ms. Paul.
Try not to interrupt anyone. You know, it's just an excellent question. And if you come to my neighborhood of Toronto Centre, you will see those people living in inadequate housing. You will see people paying more than half of their income just for things like childcare. And you know, there's this expression in my culture where you talk about soon come. It's the things that you delay to tomorrow and tomorrow that should have been done today. This is soon come. Soon come is now. We have got to learn the lessons of the pandemic and make sure that we have a social safety net in place that lets everyone live with dignity.
The explanation, I really like the explanation of the Green Party that they're conservatives on bikes.
When we invest in our people, we are investing in our future, and this is the time for us to do that. It costs us not to do it.
Over the past year and a half, I made a straightforward promise to Canadians that we would have your back.
Yeah, that was literally not an answer, by the way. That was, again, the classic, like, it's bad. I agree, it sucks. It's bad.
And that's what we did. During this pandemic, we were there to support people. But at the same time, we need to continue that. That's why we've put forward a $10 a day childcare proposal that will save the average family in Toronto close to $10,000.
Like, it really is bizarre. I think that, and maybe this is, I'm not a politics expert enough in terms of electoral messaging, but it seems like a lot of these are too, like, especially in relation to like people's lives suck. How are you going to make their lives better? That like the response of like, you will receive $3,000 extra as a result of these plans. You know, like if you make this amount, you will make this much more. Your rent will go down by this much if your rent is like those concrete things are, and you know, policy is complicated, so oftentimes you'll be like not perfectly representing it, but that seems like the response you should be making in relation to these questions, as opposed to like what I've sort of been seeing here with quite a few of the parties, which is just like, yeah, it's bad, and we're gonna make a policy that makes it better.
More than Mr.
And not even being particularly specific on that.
Mr. O'Toole's.
This is ironically, and maybe not ironically, why a lot of people liked Trump's build the wall thing, because people understand what a wall is. It's why Trump liked it so much, because he understood it. It was concrete. And they're like, oh, well, I can understand that. And so I like
approach on childcare, which you would cancel. We also put forward a national
a lot of these. It is that pun unintended.
Plan that will invest $4 billion to work.
I genuinely didn't mean to make that pun.
The housing crisis
1.4 million
has gotten worse under you, Mr. Trudeau.
Let him respond, Mr. O'Toole. Mr. Trudeau, let Mr. O'Toole respond.
Sorry, let me just finish this.
The housing
Mr.
crisis.
O'Toole's plan on housing gives $500 million on breaks to the wealthiest landlords and nothing for building new houses.
The housing crisis has gotten worse under Mr. Trudeau, and months ago he fought against us trying to take foreign non-resident money out of our housing market. We've got a plan to get rental housing built. We've got a plan to get density, 1 million new homes in the next 3 years.
With no
and
money
to give
on that
first-time home buyers
not a cent
break
towards that,
by a
Mr.
longer
O'Toole.
mortgage. And Mr. Trudeau, Canadians are worried you're going to be taxing their primary home sale. Your advisors have said it.
Untrue.
Your candidates have said it. It's on page 14 of his policy book.
They also need fact check shit. They need fact checks with this, because there's been a couple instances where it's like literally a Twitch debate level discussion where it's like, well, that's bullshit. It's like, no, it's not. It's real. And then they just move on. And the person listening it's up to them to be like, is it bullshit? Let me go look at the policy page. Like, no, that's not.
Introducing a new tax on the sale of homes.
Leaders, there will be more opportunity to speak about these issues. Thank you, because guess what? I'm bringing out Rosemary Barton of CBC News, and she's going to be asking you more direct questions and opening up more.
Yeah, the NDP should hire me to write speeches
opportunities for debate. So on this theme of affordability, hey, Rosie.
Hey, Shanti, thanks, and good to see everybody. Appreciate you being here. Let's try and get some answers this time, shall we? Ms. Paul, I'll start with you. One of the plans that you've laid out to tackle affordability is a guaranteed livable income. You mentioned it just moments ago. Give people a set amount of money to deal with their lives. There was an expert panel in British Columbia just recently that said that that is not the way forward, that actually is too complicated for the needs of our society, that the needs are too diverse. Why do you think this is still a policy worth pursuing?
Guaranteed livable income is a policy whose time has come. We saw at the beginning of the pandemic how many people were thrown immediately into financial crisis because our patchwork system simply isn't working. There is a growing consensus. The members of the Liberal Party voted for it at their convention.
Isn't the good response here to be like, what do you mean it's too complicated? Like, person listening, would $1,000 or $2,000 a month more help you through the pandemic? Is that complicated? Or is that very straightforward?
The members of the NDP party voted at their convention. 50 senators signed a letter calling for it. The time has come to ensure that everyone has the support that they need to live in dignity in this country.
Because that's a canned answer, right? That's prepared, but it doesn't actually deal with the question.
The parliamentary budget officer looked at guaranteed livable income. He examined the model in Ontario, and here's what he said. He said that it would lift half of the people who are in poverty now out of it, that it was affordable, and that it would not disincentivize work. This is the time for a guaranteed livable income. Let's do it together.
That's time. Thank you.
Mr. O'Toole, childcare, as you know, is a huge expense for families. You would scrap the deals that the Liberals have made with provinces, which drops fees by 50% immediately and create spaces, and eventually will reduce fees to $10. Instead, you're proposing a tax credit that would reimburse
I wouldn't invest too much in the Greens in general.
just some families.
And they're not particularly relevant, so it doesn't matter.
$6,000 a year. So what does your plan do to create spaces and lower fees? Because as you know here, it's not just about affordability, but also about access.
It's about helping all families now, not in 5 years helping some. And our plan would help lower income families with up to 75% of the cost. Our plan will also help that nurse on shift schedules that has jobs in the evening, that needs flexibility. What we want to do is help all families get ahead.
But if the nurse can't find a spot, Mr. O'Toole, what does she do? If the nurse can't find a spot, what does she do with her children?
This gives her as much flexibility as possible. If there's not one in her suburban community, there is no space in 5 years under Mr. Trudeau's program. We want to give families the tools to make the best decision for the position they're in now, to have ability to help them in their circumstances. Our plan will be immediate. It will help all Canadian families.
Mr. Singh, you're promising to tackle skyrocketing housing prices. One of the ways is with that 20% tax on the sale of homes to foreign buyers. 2/3 of Canadian families actually own a home already. If you're successful at cooling the housing market, that would mean that people who have invested their life savings in their home
Oh, fuck off.
may not have it anymore. They're relying on that for their
Oh no. If homes are at an affordable rate, all the people who bought them now will be worse off.
retirement. So what is more important?
So this is such a fucking easy question to deal with. Let's see how Singh handles this. I'm curious, because that's so clearly like
to you, helping younger people get access to the market, or allowing older Canadians who rely on the value of their homes to live.
This is such an easy question to respond to.
It's a really fair question. And when I spoke to people, I go door to door in my riding of Burnaby, people who've got beautiful homes. I ask them, what's their number one concern? They say housing. And I kind of look around at their house and say, well, you've got a home. They say, well, I'm not worried for myself. I've got a place, but I'm worried about my kids. And they're more concerned that their kids will never be able to find a home than their own circumstances, because they're okay. They are worried about their kids. And the reality is, it is impossible for young people to even imagine buying a home, let alone renting a place that's in their budget. So we've got to get the big money out of housing. Young people, young families, professionals shouldn't have to compete.
So your answer is that it is more important for young people to get into the housing market rather than protect people who have equity in their home.
We can do both.
You have to, yeah.
And our plan is that everyone's telling.
The relative loss of people who own homes compared to, like, you know, a majority of working class Canadians not having, like,
yes. The number one concern they have.
It's such a bizarre god shit, because they're trying to do the lib thing of like, we ask the tough questions to everyone, but then all of their tough questions to Singh is like, well, how are you going to balance the budget
for their kids is that they're not sure they're ever going to be able to own a home.
Which problem is more important, like inflated housing prices, like a majority of working class Canadians having like more than 50% of their income go to their rent.
It's gotten worse with Mr. Trudeau.
Or the like propertied landowning class being able to borrow less based on their fucking home.
We're gonna fix it.
Thank you.
Based off of the home or whatever, you know, having less net worth.
Mr. Blanchette, nice to see you, sir. Seniors, as you were talking about off the top, they're really worried about the increased cost of living. You, as you said, have criticized the Liberals for increasing old age security only for those 75 and older. But statistics show time and again that older seniors are less likely to have employment income, and they actually have higher.
The question of why they're selling to foreign buyers, the idea being make sure that like incentivize foreign buyers to not buy as much, put more taxes on it, which makes the housing prices go down because there's less of a demand. Right.
Health expenses. So why should an increase in seniors go to all seniors instead of those who need it most?
First, let's say that this Prime Minister is supposed to be the champion who fights against all kinds of discrimination. And it did create himself two classes of elder seniors. What they want is for those between 65 and 75 to spend their private funds in the meantime.
No, but I've just given you the example.
Why would you not just ban them entirely? Well, because it's a capitalist country, right?
about why,
I've
just given you the example about why the government may
International
have done
capital.
that, sir. It's
Yeah,
because
that'd be
people who are
very
65 to
My own
75,
answer, please.
may I follow up, please? That those people generally stay employed and generally have fewer health costs.
Those people have worked all their lives until 65 years old. They have paid for a pension that should be the same for everybody. And for some financial issues, the government creates two classes of seniors. It is unacceptable, and no calculation whatsoever should be so unethical.
All right,
I agree. I think Blanchette is probably the best speaker. I agree with that.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchette. We are now moving to the open debate section.
I just have a question for Mr. Trudeau, I believe.
I'm very sorry.
If you don't mind. I don't think we should let him off the hook. I think we would all agree.
I got a little mixed up there.
Making some of our arguments on the other ones.
Well, we'll make you uncomfortable now, sir.
There we go.
You said in 2019 that Canadians should never have to make the, and these are your words, impossible choice between paying for medications or putting food on the table. We have seen you, particularly in these recent months, willing to spend billions of dollars on programs that matter to your government. Daycare would be another example of that. Why is there no money in your platform or in your most recent budget for a national pharmacare program? Is it no longer a priority? And should you not just tell Canadians that, sir?
No, it continues to be a priority because, indeed, no one should have to choose between paying for groceries and medications. On health investments, we were all focused on COVID-19 and supporting the provinces and making sure that on that, we were giving the support we needed so we could have Canadians' backs. But at the same time, we worked with a number of different jurisdictions, and we've actually signed with Prince Edward Island a national universal pharmacare.
You've signed one deal, sir, but there's nothing in your nothing in your platform in terms of costing. I understand the pandemic kept you busy. What about going forward? Why wouldn't you put that in place?
Going forward, we are going to continue to, but we know that it's not something we did with Prince Edward Island. We're going to continue to do with others in respect of the provincial jurisdiction that is delivery of health care. We can't impose pharmacare on a province that doesn't want it, unlike the NDP proposes. We are going to work in partnership, as we have on so many things, to get it done like we did on childcare.
Okay, and now we're going to move to open debate.
Yeah, I mean, so here's the spicy open debate time. Yeah, I mean, he's just like trying to slip out of it.
Starting back with you, Rosie.
Okay, and we start here, I believe, with Monsieur Blanchette.
Yeah. That's correct.
Because the answer is that it's not a priority, and it's fairly obvious.
So, Mr. Blanchette, what is one policy change that you think would make the biggest difference to Canadians or Quebecers, in your case, in terms of their cost of living? The one change that you would like to see that would help them the most?
Cost of living, that's quite interesting because that's a worry that we have. We believe that the most important thing is changing the way we create wealth. We believe that transforming our own...
You will abolish the capitalist means of production?
Resources, natural resources with our own clean energy.
Racist Gordon Freeman, that's a good, yeah. That's...
In our regions of Quebec, we'll create more wealth. This wealth will come from an environmental, I will get this word, environmental preoccupation as well. And we will do that, and we should be entitled to do that with our part of the money that is being sent again and again in oil and gas. There's one thing I want to add, even if it's not exactly, I don't know if there's time eventually.
Not really, but quickly.
I will take a few of those seconds.
Yes.
Will we have some seconds to speak about French-speaking communities and Acadians?
Well, not in this section. This is about cost of living, sir.
And to you, Mr. Singh.
It's nowhere. That's my problem. It's nowhere.
One of the things we know, the cost of living has gone up. The cost of medication is going up. The cost of being able to afford the medication that keeps you healthy. Mr. Trudeau,
income tax
$0 in your fully costed budget means zero commitment to getting it done.
You don't have a fully costed
$0, but you've shown your evidence. With your costed budget, you've shown Canadians clearly you've got no interest in doing something that you promised to do
in your
2 years ago.
Mr. Singh.
You promised to do it 2 years ago. You committed, you campaigned on it, you included it in your throne speech, and now you've completely abandoned it. How can people trust any promise you make when there's $0 in your plan?
Okay, brief response, then Ms. Paul, then I'm coming to you, Mr. O'Toole. Brief Briefly, Mr.
$25 billion
in our fully costed platform for health for the priorities that Canadians have told us on. Better support for seniors in care, better support for mental health services across the country, particularly for young people, and access to a primary care doctor or team. That is what $25 billion over the next 4 years gives. Mr. O'Toole's money for health is backloaded to 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years from now.
All right, Mr. Trudeau, thank you, Ms. Paul.
I'm reminded what the question was. The question was what policy would have the biggest impact on people's cost of living.
Ms. Paul.
And I think that we have a perfect example of this again here, because the biggest thing that could make a difference in the cost of living for people...
It is like Buttigieg talking about healthcare. That's an apt comparison.
...is a change in the culture in Ottawa. It is so painful for me because I've had the experience of, again, having my grandparents work until they were 75 and living 600 and 800 square feet and wondering how we were going to feed ourselves some nights. I've had that experience, and I know that one day of delay is too much. So when I think that we could have been in Parliament now...
Wait, is she not gonna mention any policy here?
...working to get people the help that they need.
What is the policy, Ms. Paul?
What is the policy? You're like, we have to change. It's a perfect, like, neoliberalization of, like, standpoint epistemology and, like, boosting lived experiences. It's like, well, what needs to happen is the vibes in the Parliament need to change.
These are anecdotes. What is the policy?
It's not an anecdote. The thing that
yes, it is. It is literally an anecdote.
It's a change in the culture.
I see you, Mr.
It's a change in the culture because there are several parties on this.
Her actual response is the change in the culture. The Green Party is, Jesus Christ, dude.
Platform right now that agree on.
That's the thing. The culture doesn't make people's rent cheaper. What?
Guaranteed livable income and universal pharmacare and childcare.
My policy.
But it's always soon come. It's always soon come.
All right, thank you, Ms. Paul.
So nothing. The answer. Wow, that is an incredible flub. It's like this is the point in which you can boast about some policy that will actually affect people's lives and make them vote for you. And it was like, so at the end there, she just mentions a bunch of things
on this platform right now that agree on guaranteed livable income and universal pharmacare and childcare.
My policy.
But it's always soon come. It's always soon come.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that is an incredible fuck up. Like, that's just bad messaging. I don't know.
Ms. Paul, Mr. O'Toole, you've been waiting. I'm going to get you in.
We're doubling the Canadian workers' benefit. That amounts to a $1 per hour raise for working families.
I gotta say, that's concrete. Even if that's, like, not that much, because it's the Conservatives. It's like, what is the real thing that's happening? How does that actually affect people?
These are people working very hard, and I respect whether they get up to work a shift in a restaurant or work to open their small business. We're going to have your back. We're also going to get costs down. We're the only party with a recovery plan that includes all Canadians. And when it comes to cynicism that Mr. Trudeau talked about earlier, all of the commitments continue to be a priority. He's going to get to the calls to action. He's going to have transparency. He's going to make targets. He announces things and never delivers. Mr. Trudeau, a prime minister has to deliver on the words.
Kind of true.
Not just...
Sorry, being like, that's kind of true. Yeah, that's pretty true.
Fancy words to make promises, a plan to get there.
By the way, Mr. O'Toole, I won't take lessons from you on making promises and not following up. When we see you're beholden to the gun lobby, we're beholden to anti-vaxxers, you're beholden to a
Remember,
range of
this is affordability, and Mr. Trudeau, I'm sorry, we're out of time now,
I've been responding to people. Can I answer Rosie's question directly?
You have 5 seconds, sir.
We were able to lift 1 million people out of poverty and create 1 million jobs at the same time with the right kinds of investments over the past 5 years.
And Mr. Trudeau, I'm sorry, sir, I have to wrap you right there because it is now time for our next theme on COVID recovery. Rosie, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
See, it's good content. There's spicy questions.
Okay, from Saskatchewan, Ethan Herman is standing by in Saskatoon. He's an undecided voter, and he wants to hear
let's go, dude.
from you about COVID recovery. Hey, Ethan.
It's like what was the meme from the 2016 election? The fucking Canadian Ken Bone.
Go ahead.
Hey, good evening, leaders. My question is this. Coming out of this pandemic, how will you, if elected as Prime Minister, going to unify and drive Canada forward with respect to healthcare, jobs in the economy, and ensuring a higher quality of life is achievable for all Canadians, regardless of race, color, creed, or sexual orientation?
All right, leaders, you've heard from
So,
Ethan, Mr. O'Toole.
how are you going to solve all the problems is the question.
You're up first.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. That is exactly why
His name is Herman. Yeah, he rocks.
launched Canada's recovery plan on the
Dudes
first
rock.
day of the campaign. We're going to create 1 million jobs in 1 year. We're going to clean up the accountability mess in Ottawa. We're going to have national leadership on mental health. We're going to be more ready for a pandemic, and we're going to get our finances under control. I want to get people working. I want to give families a break. And since the moment I became Conservative leader, I've been reaching out, whatever your background, your faith, your color, your sexual orientation, whether you're Indigenous, whether you're a new Canadian, you're important to Canada's recovery, and you're important to the Conservative Party. And I'd ask you to look at Canada's recovery plan. After these 18 months as a country, we need a plan and a leader that will actually deliver.
Thank you, Ms. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. And I swear I did not line up that question. He's not a ringer. But this really comes to the heart of the matter, which again is about changing the culture of politics in Ottawa. We have heard from outgoing MPs in the last parliament how
Wait, what? I'm confused. Is she implying that that is like perfect for her
incredibly
as a
important
question?
that is, that the culture has become toxic, that has become hyper-partisan.
This doesn't
and,
work.
you know, there
I'm
used
sorry,
to
this
be a
doesn't
time,
work.
I worked as an intern in a nonpartisan way in the Ontario legislature. You know, you would make a fuss and question period, and then you'd get to work across party lines and committees to find the solutions to help people in Canada. And so we need less partisanship. We need more diverse voices so that we can get the access to the best ideas in a more cooperative and collaborative way.
Mr. Singh.
Thank you. Mr. Herman, thank you for your question. And
Yeah, I don't
your
think
question
that
touched
works.
on a number of things. Healthcare.
I would say, like, if a party was doing that messaging and they actually fucking meant it, because, like, the Green Party and Paul are, like, Zionists, for instance. They're, like, you know, then I would probably be less critical, I guess. But regardless, it's like that messaging doesn't fucking work.
Something very near and dear to my heart. And we've seen in this pandemic that our healthcare system simply hasn't been there.
By itself, that messaging doesn't work. You need to talk about people's actual lives and actual policies.
Because of the pandemic, a lot of these problems were there from before. So
Like,
our
what does that
commitment is
actually
to
mean to
invest in our
people?
healthcare system, to defend it. Unlike Mr. Trudeau and Mr. O'Toole, who believe in private long-term care delivery, we want to get out profit, get out the greed from the delivery of long-term care. We want to invest in pharmacare for all, not promise it in 2019 and then have $0 to commit towards it. We want to see everyone have access to
good.
medication. We want to include dental care into our healthcare
Yeah.
system and
See,
mental
it's
health
real.
services. And to do all that, we want to make sure
That's
that
real.
the billionaires start paying their fair share so
This
we can
is
invest
real.
in you.
You telling me that I won't have to pay when I go to the dentist? That's a thing that affects me, actually.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Mr.
I'm not even hypothetically.
Trudeau.
Because
Ethan,
I go to
think
the
the folks on the
dentist.
stage missed the very first part of your question, which
Every
is
once in a
that
while.
once we get out of this pandemic, and yes, we have plans for being even more ambitious on climate change and making sure people get good jobs, but we have to get out of this pandemic first. And that's why the unequivocal leadership that we've shown as a government on making sure that everyone gets vaccinated is what's going to get us through. We cannot rebuild the economy until we get through this pandemic. And unfortunately, Mr. O'Toole, who says he wants to get all of Canada vaccinated to 90% in the coming 2 months, can't even convince his own candidates to get vaccinated to 90%.
That's a
We have to get through this.
That's funny. I gotta hand it to him. That's a funny line.
We are unequivocal that vaccinations are the way.
Thank you, Mr.
That's a
Trudeau.
good
Mr.
one.
Blanchette.
That's good.
I think Mr. Trudeau forgot the second part of your question, which is about healthcare. Let's be
That's true.
efficient. Healthcare is a jurisdiction of the provinces and Quebec. Those are the territories, the jurisdictions who should have the resources to do their job. The promises of the Conservatives is 3.5% of increase a year for the first 3 years, which is very far from what the provinces asked for. And what the provinces ask for is not even in the program of Mr. Trudeau. So it will be hard to be efficient if those who are responsible of healthcare do not have the resources which are owed to them.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchette. Thanks, Ethan, for your question. Have a good night. We're going to let you go. It is now time, Ms. Paul and Mr. Singh, to go face-to-face, starting with Ms. Paul. And I want to talk about Canada's parallel pandemic, the opioid crisis. Since it has taken hold, more than 20,000 Canadians have died, often in the shadows. This is an insidious killer that is tearing families apart. To both of you, starting with Ms. Paul, does the political will exist to confront it?
We called many times during the last session of Parliament across party lines again for us to first recognize that this was a national health emergency and then to decriminalize simple possession because we know we need to end the stigma and create a national safe supply program. We asked every party to do it because 17 lives on average are being lost every day. We didn't hear anything from anyone. And it comes back to Mr. Herman's question about unity. Can we not unify on something like this where it's clear what we need to do? If we can't do that, then none of these other things are possible. And so that's what we have to try to do.
We definitely need to respond to this crisis with everything we have. We've long called for it to be declared a national public health emergency. And what we know is the approach that has been taken for decades simply doesn't work. The approach of arresting someone, putting them through the criminal justice system, putting them in jail does not make communities safer, and it doesn't help people. So we've been saying, and I believe very firmly, we need to provide healthcare responses to people that are dealing with addiction. We need to make sure we are doing everything we can to secure a safe supply. We need to look at the evidence and say really clearly, if there is any step we can take that'll save lives, we've got to take it.
Well, so there's a lot to do, but does the political will exist to do it?
That is exactly the question. Is there the political will?
There is,
will we
on behalf of New
there
Democrats.
doesn't seem to be because we need an
The NDP are between Starmer and Corbyn. I think someone said that in chat before. I think that's a solid
national safe supply program. We wanted it before Parliament dissolved, and here we are. And lives will be lost in my riding of Toronto Centre probably today because of it.
All right, Ms. Paul, I have to wrap you there. It's good to hear, Mr. Singh, that it is at least coming from you. Mr. Trudeau, Mr. Blanchette, Mr. O'Toole, this round to you.
It's a nightmare blunt rotation.
Starting with Mr. Trudeau, during the pandemic, Canadians watched in horror the suffering of their most vulnerable and frail loved ones in long-term care. What if
actually
tomorrow,
Blanchette would be maybe minus Blanchette. Maybe his vibes are fine despite his political beliefs.
had to place a family member in a long-term care facility? Would you do it? Beginning with you, Mr. Trudeau, Mr. O'Toole, Mr. Blanchette, you may
That's
jump
a very interesting question.
Tomorrow is my mom's 73rd birthday, so that is certainly something we're reflecting on, but she's doing wonderfully right now. We won't have to make that decision right now. Don't worry, Mom. The reality is we've heard from seniors across this country who've been tremendous.
Isn't the punchline of that joke that it's like you're punishing her for doing that?
Tremendously worried through this pandemic, and family members.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't have made that joke, Justin.
Worried about that.
Maybe that's the point of the question, is that seniors are dying in those facilities. So maybe that joke was not a good idea to make.
We know that the conditions of work for the people who are in those long-term care homes are often dictating the conditions of care for seniors, which is why we propose to hire 50,000 new personal support workers, working with the provinces with the money for that. Also increasing the minimum salary to $25 an hour for people who care for our elders and most vulnerable. Because
so if you had to put mom in long-term care, you would do it?
I would make sure that, yes, that they are people who are properly
He can't even answer it.
And
this
that there is enough.
He can't even fucking say yes.
And that's where
he can't even say yes to the question.
We will work with the provinces to deliver exactly that, because we put real money.
This is, I gotta say, like, at least Obama has like balls. Like when he went to Flint and drank the Flint water. Like Trudeau wouldn't have done that.
Thank you, Mr. Trudeau. Mr. O'Toole.
This is where we need partnerships for long-term care for the CHSLD in Quebec. We're going to have a $3 billion fund that the provinces can draw on for infrastructure upgrades to long-term care. That's in addition to our record, almost $60 billion commitment over 10 years to the public healthcare system. Universal access with no conditions. We need.
Oh, I mean, he absolutely fake-tracked the water, of course. But still, that's it. There's a difference there. Where like obviously Obama would be like, well, of course.
To partner with the provinces, not create fights. And long-term care, learning from the gaps in the first part of this pandemic is something we need. And I have to address.
Would you put a loved one in long-term care
Absolutely.
tomorrow,
I have
Mr.
a
O'Toole?
grandmother in one,
All right.
and we've been in touch with her. But I have to touch on what Mr. Trudeau said about the recovery. We have to get through the pandemic first. Why did you not have that approach to the election, Mr. Trudeau? We're in the fourth wave. Everything in the recovery relates to getting out of the pandemic first. Why didn't we?
Mr. Blanchet, I'm going to let Mr. Blanchet in.
You have had 4 minutes more than I did. So now I think it's enough. The debate is almost over. Some dads and some moms don't have to worry. They will have the money, of course. Some do. And in order to give them the care they need, the care they deserve, those responsible for those cares, provinces and Quebec, should have, without conditions, because it is their responsibility, their knowledge, their expertise, the resources required. When the Army came in Quebec, they wrote a report afterward. What did they say? They did not say Quebec is not good enough to take care of its seniors. They said they lacked resources. They lacked the money.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchet. Leaders, we are starting to get out. We're running out of time. I am sorry, Mr. Trudeau. You've had the most time tonight. I'm sorry, Mr. Trudeau. We are now moving on to our final journalist of the night. I am welcoming Evan Solomon from CTV News. He's going to be
legitimately, yes. There was already discussion in the thing about him being Islamophobic. That is unironically a correct.
Putting questions to you on COVID recovery, starting with Mr. Singh. Hey, Evan.
Hi, Shachi, and hi, leaders. Good to see all of you. Mr. Singh, I'll start with you, sir. Your pandemic recovery plan is uncosted. You have no plan to balance the books, but you promised to pay for your expensive promises, new programs like universal dental care with taxing the super rich and taxing corporations. What specifically would you do to create the 1 million jobs you're promising and make sure Canada stays competitive?
We have the only credible plan that's not going to cut help to Canadians, that's not going to put the burden back on the same people that have struggled. We're the only ones on this debate table that can say clearly we would tax the billionaires. We would make sure companies like Amazon start paying their fair share so we can invest in those new jobs, so we can invest in people. Left to Mr. Trudeau or Mr. O'Toole, they are going to put the burden back on you. They've already started. Mr. Trudeau has already started by cutting the CRE, cutting help to people.
But what new programs, sir, specifically?
Well, I believe in making sure we invest in pharmacare, we invest in dental care, we invest in retrofitting homes and buildings. In doing this, we're going to lower the cost of living, help people save money, but also create jobs by investing in the future economy, the economy of the future.
All right, Mr. Trudeau, to you. Only 4 months ago, you released a budget that was billed as a pandemic recovery program, a plan that had $101 billion of new spending. Since then, COVID numbers are up, growth numbers are down. Now you got a new plan that adds $78 billion of new spending, essentially rendering your last budget out of date. How do Canadians trust that these new massive spending promises will not just keep growing in another few months? And what do you say to the next generation who say, how are we going to pay for this?
Well, first of all, I made a promise during this pandemic.
It is so bizarre how few politicians actually push back against the balancing the budget bullshit. Like it feels like it's such an easy thing to message against. It's like what are we fundamentally what are we more concerned about? Like you being able to pay your rent, you being able to buy groceries as well as your medication, or the budget?
To have people's backs. Every time I came out of my house early on in the pandemic to talk directly to Canadians, I told them I'd be there for you. And that's exactly what we've done. And it wasn't just being there for people because we're nice, although of course
I actually don't know. I don't know if churches are tax exempt. I think they are.
we are. It was being there because
know.
that is the best way to ensure a strong recovery. Now, yes, our budget showed our ambition for this country, including with $10 a day childcare that Mr. O'Toole is planning on ripping up. But we also shows a responsible fiscal track. And even with our fully costed platform that is even more ambitious on the fight against climate change, on housing, on supports for people, the debt of our country as proportion of the GDP continues to decrease.
Yes or no? Is it important to have a plan to balance the budget because you don't have one? Yes or no?
It is important to stay fiscally responsible, and that's what we're doing. Our debt continues to decrease
Okay, we got
as
to
a
move
share
on.
of our GDP.
We got to move on.
Ms. Paul, to you now. You have not been clear if you support the need for vaccine passports or mandatory vaccines for federal workers or even mandatory vaccines for your own candidates. Given that the fourth wave is really a pandemic of the unvaccinated and threatening to overwhelm many healthcare systems, how do you justify not supporting the very measures that have proven to be most effective at increasing vaccination rates?
Evan, we just filmed a video today asking everyone to get vaccinated. We have been unequivocal in our support for vaccinations.
So the answer is, but we asked nicely.
Mandatory vaccinations and
well,
vaccine passports.
Well, again, you know, this is just this is again where policy gets put aside for partisan advantage because there is everyone on this.
There was a Biden speech about mandatory vaccine or vaccine mandates recently, right? That was yesterday.
Stage understands that everyone who can be vaccinated should be vaccinated. We need to encourage people to do it. Vaccine saves lives. And every single person on the stage has also said that, of course, there are going to be people who are not able to get vaccinated for certain reasons, and we have to reasonably accommodate them. We will always be guided by the science.
Which, like, yes, vaccine mandates account for people who can't get vaccinated.
Will never put partisan concerns ahead of public health.
Oh,
Mr.
this guy.
O'Toole,
okay, cool.
You promise a $60 billion increase in healthcare transfers over the next 10 years, but according to the independent parliamentary budget officer, it's actually only a transfer of $3.6 billion for the next 5 years, which is not much different than the status quo. But you also support private-public synergies, in your words. Can you specify here tonight exactly what?
That is one of Evan. That's a timeout. That's a 10-minute timeout. That's one of the worst things I've ever seen in my chat. I'm not even. That's one of the worst. That's one of the worst things anyone has ever typed in my chat. 10-minute timeout. 10-minute timeout. For
innovations you want to see more of, and if a province introduces more private health care, would you enforce the Canada Health Act by holding back any of your promised funding?
I 100% support our public and universal system. I've said it's paramount. And after COVID-19, we need to rebuild it. So we have the most substantive plan to do that. 6% increase per year, stable, predictable, without conditions funding to partner with our provinces. We will respect them running and putting priorities to get wait times down, to give more choice for universal public access. That's what we need. On top of that, Evan,
trying to ban religion is Reddit and cringe.
A substantial commitment in mental health and treatment for addiction. There are going to be lingering aspects from this pandemic that we're going to do in addition.
But just
the provinces are in charge of their system. We will respect that. Public and universal elements need to be at the core of our system, and our investments will save it and give relief to front lines like our nurses, physicians. Mr. Trudeau doesn't hire those people.
Just for time.
All right, we got to wrap you, Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Blanchette, Quebecers relied on the federal government for life-saving vaccines and key programs like the CERB. And as you mentioned, the Canadian Armed Forces came in to save people in long-term care homes in the province of Quebec. Some believe this crisis has enforced the argument for a strong federation and undermines your fundamental argument of separatism. Given that, if the federal government, say, gives $1 billion for long-term care homes, which Quebec failed to protect, why should they not also enforce national standards?
I have still not heard from all those brilliant people all over the place and all over Canada what a Canadian can do that a Quebecer cannot do. In what way whatsoever would a Canadian norm.
Quebec separatism is pretty much dead. It's at like it's getting lower and lower. I think quite a few more portions of the people who live in Quebec are like actively like I want to live in Canada.
Be any better than a Quebec norm. I don't see that, and I'm not, I don't have this complex. I don't feel that I'm any lesser person than a Canadian because I'm a Quebecer.
If anyone is a Quebecois in the chat, it understands this more, but I really don't think.
National standard. If you pay for something.
Do you know anything about the FLQ? I mean, more broadly, there was like an actual militant sort of left-wing movement within Quebec, like that was like pretty vibrant in like the 60s, and it just got totally fucking crushed. And I think that's a shame. I feel like people do not talk about that enough.
So I'm against national norms or...
It's very unpopular in Montreal, yes, absolutely.
Standards. And I would say that the premier logo of Quebec...
I mean, FLQ definitely fucked up in a couple ways.
They said no one is to be entirely trusted in this group of people. Some are worse than others. I think they recognize themselves. But even those who are a little bit less terrible need a watchdog because they're not entitled to a majority government. So, if Quebecers want, I will lead the watchdogs.
It's funny, the FLQ like directly copied their name from the FLN, did they not? Am I wrong about that? Like they took direct inspiration from the FLN as like a sort of decolonial, which is ironic, right? Because the FLN were fighting against the French.
Okay, this is the open debate section. And I'll start with you, Mr. O'Toole, but everyone please jump in, not all at once. The pandemic recovery is about the future path of Canada. And all of the leaders here tonight...
You really defend religion? I don't think you should fucking ban it. I mean, Jesus Christ.
...have made promises that require historic levels of spending. But as you all know, politics is about hard choices. With some Canadians still in real need of support and other industries experiencing real labor shortages, what specific programs will stay and what will go in the next year? And
we should ban Twitch.tv and gaming instead of religion. I agree.
Who will pay for all of this? Mr. O'Toole.
That's a great question, Evan, because we didn't see the government adapt to the changing crisis. What we supported, and we all worked together, the wage subsidy, the CERB, needed to be adapted as there were labor shortages in Quebec, as we can't find enough people for restaurants and service industries. We need to target the highly impacted sectors. That's what our plan, Canada's Recovery Plan, does. We get those service, tourism, restaurants back on their feet, get people working, and with keeping cases low, we can then wind down the other programs because we need to focus on work. We have a job boost that will actually incentivize the hiring of people that have been out of work for 10 months or more.
Mr. O'Toole, let Mr. Singh in.
Mr. O'Toole and Mr. Trudeau are jumping over each other about who is going to cut help to people first. I don't agree with that approach. I don't think it makes sense to say, oh, I'm going to have people's back, but I'm going to cut as quickly as I can. I'm going to cut the help to people who need it as much as they can. We're the only party right here clearly is going to say to you, you're not going to have to pay more. We're not going to cut any programs. We're going to ask the 44...
we're giving working Canadians...
Hold on a second.
We're
going to ask the 44 richest billionaires pay their...
This is so poorly moderated because, like... Can you ban them? Well, no, that's like a meme. That person is like a meme. That's fine. It's a throwback to my 16-year-old r/atheism Reddit phase. Maybe that's more 14. What was I gonna say? Very poorly done moderation, where it's like, Jagmeet is in the middle of a sentence.
Fair share
Mr.
for
Singh,
once.
I think
That's
everyone
what we're
can
going to do.
respond to that because this.
Like, that's not... You should be able to finish his sentence before the other person challenges. That's not... Yeah, one in the chat.
This is the
That's so
second
true.
time that Mr. Singh has said, we're the only party where, just us. Mr. Singh, you know that's...
Hold on, Mr.
No,
Singh.
unless you're trying to ghost me, you know that
you're
we
right, you're
also...
right.
Okay.
Sure,
so,
the Greens
yes.
as well. That's
okay.
two
Thank
of us.
you. Thank
You're right,
you.
you're
All
right.
right, Mr. Trudeau, you're trying to get in.
Mr. Singh continues to pretend that it makes no difference whether there is a progressive government or a conservative, or progressive government or a conservative government. We know that it makes a huge difference to families whether they have $10 a day.
Yeah, like 2-hour debate and everyone has 30 seconds to respond to questions. It's very strange.
Whether
very
they
strange
have
format.
a government that has their back, a government that has a plan to move beyond the Harper targets on fighting climate change. Now, Mr. Singh may feel that for the NDP it makes no difference who forms government. I know for Canadian families,
Mr. Blanchet, you haven't been in yet. Mr. Blanchet.
Translate subvention salariale.
Wage subsidy.
Wage subsidy. Did any of you three guys refund the wage subsidy that you received? Up to about $3 million. That would be something, at least for the principal. After that, there's an important issue, labor shortage. They are promising jobs. They should be promising workers.
Yes.
We need people to work. And that raises...
The ban religion position is literally just the French colonial position. It was used as a way to colonize Algeria. The idea was like the Muslim woman is so oppressed, we should force them to not be able to wear headscarves. And the only thing it functioned as is further oppressing them. Further like attempting to integrate them into European society, European culture, attempting to destroy their culture. So the notion of banning religion is such an absurd fucking r/atheist. Like you are using the state to interfere in people's lives, and especially if like a colonial settler state, how do you think they're going to go about banning religion? You think it's going to be based in Epic and Reddit Gold, or do you think it's going to reproduce the same power relations that state is already reproducing?
This is the question of productivity. This is the most important issue, and some programs should be turned toward that issue.
Mr. O'Toole.
In this pandemic election that Mr. Trudeau called, after everyone asked him not to, he says he doesn't worry about monetary policy and inflation. Now he's saying he doesn't ever intend to balance the budget. He's spending $424 million a day more than Canada's bringing in.
The question was, what programs will stay?
We need to wind down the support programs in a fair way and get the country working again.
We have got to remember.
Thank you. Last minute of play, leaders. Last minute of play. Ms. Paul, 5 seconds.
This is such a mess.
To you,
You give someone 5 seconds to talk. What is that?
To you, Ms. Paul.
Thank you. We have got to remember the pandemic is
1,
not over,
2,
and all over this country,
3,
people still need the
4,
benefits. They should be
5.
there until the pandemic is over. And to the people of Canada, it is
So it's not 5 seconds.
unfortunate
Then.
we're in this election. You can see that there is a lot of work left to do. We need to get back to doing it in a more cooperative way.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Paul. Mr. Singh, I see you, Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Singh.
One of the specific programs, we demanded 22 times in Parliament for Mr. Trudeau to expand was paid sick leave. Because in this pandemic, people had to make the impossible choice going into work sick or not being able to because they couldn't pay their bills. 22 times over 18 months, we demanded an expansion, and Mr. Trudeau said no to you and said no to your family.
Last word to you on this, Mr.
Expanding
Trudeau.
sick leave to 10 days of paid sick leave for federal industries. Now, in the election, and this is important, you have seen tonight the extreme differences between the perspectives of these parties.
Leaders?
We need Canadians to make the right choice.
This is so...
Leaders,
we
that
can
is
move
it.
forward together.
We're out of time.
Christ.
Evan, thank
What a
you.
mess.
Leaders, thank you for your participation tonight. That's
What a
it for
mess.
the English language leaders debate.
We're knowing
Voting
this like a
day
month
is
ago,
September
yeah.
20th. Get your ballots. Make sure
What an incredibly poorly structured debate.
you're registered.
Also, I think that Singh in general did not. There were particular moments where I was like, okay, yeah, that's good. But for the most part, I'm not particularly happy with his messaging. I think he could have been like trained better and could have had better responses. I think the fact that he was unable to respond to the Trudeau like experts gave your climate policy an F thing. The fact that he wasn't able to respond to that, and the fact that Trudeau literally tweeted that meme out, a day before the election, and we were talking about it in the stream. It was like, this is fucking like, surely the NDP have like a quote tweet for this Trudeau tweet, right? Because it's a ridiculous line. It's a ridiculous line to be like, especially for Trudeau. But Singh's only response was like, who are you to talk about climate change? Which is obviously the response is like, that's not true. Our climate change policy is great. Also, who are you to talk about climate change? So there were a lot of questions primed against him. I honestly thought a lot of the questions against him were weak because they were based on just like they were like, how are you going to balance the budget? Shit like that, where it's like, okay, but he should be able to respond to that. Because the budget question is always such a bullshit like justification for austerity. I think Corbyn had good responses to that, and I think Bernie did as well. You don't expect someone to just make up facts? Well, the thing is, Trudeau tweeted out that bullshit fact before. So he gave and the NDP time to be like, what the fuck are we... What's up with this idea? What is this bullshit claim about how the NDP don't have a good climate policy?
On behalf of the leaders...
I think that they should have been ready for something like that. Or even just like, even if he isn't ready, he's like, what are you talking about? My climate policy is great.
Debate consortium.
I don't know. I feel like Singh didn't do that though. He just said, what are you to talk about? I thought he did not respond well to that question. I don't know. I think, yeah. He shifted the grading system from a 2 out of 10 to an F, which is hilarious. Yeah. Because 2 out of 10 isn't good enough. F is a fail. We can watch, just get this is the, like, the meat and potatoes of the stream. We can also go to the Biden speech about vaccine mandates. And there's another video about vaccine mandates in general we can watch. I think the NDP are still polling pretty well. I think their momentum is stalled, at least in the polls. Let me check. Yeah, these are polls, but so this doesn't indicate who wins because this is it's based on seats winning, not averages, but it indicates, the change in popularity. I think this is relatively better than they stand to gain some seats. Yeah, it's interesting that liberals are back in this model. Yeah, I think it'd be better for the NDP. I think Lib minority, NDP gaining is what we can hope for. Yeah. But all right. So that's, the place that I live is a liberal stronghold. I'm writing in Hillary Rodham Clinton because I think it's her turn.
This is an ABC News special.
All right, so we can go to Biden now and the vaccine mandate thing.
And it starts with understanding this. Even as the Delta variant 19 COVID-19 has been hitting this country hard, we have the tools to combat the virus. If we can come together as a country and
NDP is the most radical in electoral politics. I think Corbyn is a better representation of that.
Use those tools. If we raise our vaccination rate, protect ourselves and others with masking, expanded testing, and identify people who are infected, we can and we will turn the tide on COVID-19.
The NDP candidate you're supporting talked about how Canada is a settler colony. That is flanking the communists from the left. That is very funny. That's just such a perfect representation of the bizarre position that the Communist Party of Canada is still in. Of like, wait, it's just this like shambling corpse that just got destroyed, obviously, by McCarthyism. You know, its peak, its heyday when it was polling at 3% or when it got 3% of the vote or whatever. I can't remember. That was in like the 50s. But now it's just this weird like collection of
Take a lot of hard work. It's going to take some time. Many of us are frustrated with the nearly 80 million Americans who are still not vaccinated, even though the vaccine is safe.
What percentage
and free
in the United States?
You might be confused about what is true and what is false about COVID-19. So before I outline the new steps to fight COVID-19 that I'm going to be announcing tonight, let me give you some clear information about where we stand.
55 for fully. Okay.
First, we've made considerable progress in battling COVID-19.
Yeah, because it's what?
When I became president,
it's like 70% in Canada? 70% are fully?
2 million Americans are fully vaccinated. Today, over 175 million Americans have that protection. Bad. Before I took office, we hadn't ordered enough vaccine for every American.
69%.
Just weeks in office, we did. The week before I took office on January 20th of this year, over 25,000 Americans died that week from COVID-19. Last week, that grim weekly toll was down 70%. And then 3 months before I took office, our economy was faltering, creating just 50,000 jobs a month.
Also, I want to say, I moving back to Ontario, there are these things called house centipedes, which are just the top of the bug food chain. And I saw one in my bathroom yesterday, and I went to get a shoe to kill it, and then I came back and it was gone. So there's a house centipede in my fucking bathroom, and I don't know where it went. Look at these things. Look at these things. Look at them. Look at how big that is. Look at them. Look at these fucking things. They eat roaches. They're like the top. If I see that motherfucker, I'm killing him. I do not give a shit about the environment. I do not care. I'm crushing him with my boot.
We're now averaging 700,000
Too many legs.
New jobs a month.
And they just move like it's like an indiscriminate fucking like a web of like disgusting legs. Terrible.
In the past 3 months. This progress is real. But while America is much in better shape than it was 7 months ago when I took office, I need to tell you a second fact. We're in the tough stretch, and it could last for a while.
I don't care about spiders. I've seen some like smaller spiders in my apartment, and they're just like chill. And they eat spiders. So if you like spiders.
Highly contagious Delta variant that I began to warn America about back in July spread late summer like it did in other countries before us. While the vaccines provide strong protection for the vaccinated, we read about and hear about and we see the stories of hospitalized people on their deathbeds, among the unvaccinated over the past few weeks. This is a pandemic of the unvaccinated. And it's caused by the fact that despite America having unprecedented and successful vaccination program, despite the fact that for almost 5 months, free vaccines have been available in 80,000 different locations, we still have nearly 80 million Americans who have failed to get the shot.
Okay.
And to make matters worse, there are elected officials actively working to undermine the fight against COVID-19. Instead of encouraging people to get vaccinated and mask up, they're ordering mobile morgues for the unvaccinated dying from COVID in their communities. This is totally unacceptable. Third, if you wonder how all this adds up, here's the math. The vast majority of Americans are doing the right thing. Nearly 3/4 of the eligible have gotten at least one shot, but 1/4 has not gotten any. That's nearly 80 million Americans not vaccinated. And a country as large as ours, that's 25% minority That 25% can cause a lot of damage, and they are. The unvaccinated overcrowd our hospitals, are overrunning emergency rooms and intensive care units, leaving no room for someone with a heart attack or pancreatitis or cancer. And fourth, I want to emphasize that the vaccines provide very strong protection from severe illness from COVID-19. I know there's a lot of confusion and misinformation, but the world's leading scientists confirm that if you're fully vaccinated, your risk of severe illness from COVID-19 is very low. In fact, based on available data from the summer, only 1 out of every 160,000 fully vaccinated Americans was hospitalized for COVID per day. These are the facts. So here's where we stand. The path ahead.
These are the facts, Jack.
Even with the Delta variant, is not nearly as bad as last winter. But what makes it incredibly more frustrating is that we have the tools to combat COVID-19, and a distinct minority of Americans, supported by a distinct minority of elected officials, are keeping us from turning the corner. These pandemic politics, as I refer to, are making people sick, causing unvaccinated people to die.
Wow. Look at the ratio here. 1.9K dislikes, 122 likes. If fascism ever comes to America, it will be under the guise of liberalism. I hope every state fights this. He's literally trying to turn people against each other, project the unvaccinated against the vaccinated. That sounds sick. That sounds sick? Ask people to require vaccinations to go places. I was hoping when he won, he'd surprise us and become a decent president. Biden was the only one saying don't trust the vaccine when running for president. When was that? It's hard for me to believe there's not a negative agenda here. This is the pandemic of the unvaccinated. Adolf Biden. Owned. Get his ass. This is insanely unconstitutional. Adolf Biden.
Cannot allow these actions to stand in the way of protecting the large majority of Americans who have done their part.
The culture war finally becomes real again. And it splits. You found a better audio? Hold on. Is it? I think the audio is fine here.
I want to get back to life as normal. As your president, I'm announcing tonight from the summer a new plan.
Oh, I guess, yeah, that's better.
Only 1 out of every 100. These are going to take time.
I actually don't know where I was.
Require more Americans to be vaccinated
it's fine.
To combat those blocking public health. My plan also increases testing.
Ask May.
Protects our economy.
I think she usually does.
And will make our kids safer in schools.
I can see.
It consists of 6 broad areas of action and many specific measures in each of those actions you can read more about at whitehouse.gov.
Or another mod.
Whitehouse.gov.
I don't know.
The measures, these are going to take time.
Oh, she's not
to have
okay, I can try.
Full impact.
Can you link the?
But if we implement
it's in your message history.
I believe, and the scientists indicate, that the months ahead we can reduce the number of unvaccinated Americans, decrease hospitalizations and deaths, and allow our children to go to school safely and keep our economy strong by keeping businesses open. First, we must increase vaccinations among the unvaccinated with new vaccination requirements. Of the nearly 80 million eligible Americans who have not gotten vaccinated, many said they were waiting for approval from the Food and Drug Administration, the FDA. Well, last month, the FDA granted that approval. So the time for waiting is over. This summer, we made progress through the combination of vaccine requirements and incentives, as well as the FDA approval. 4 million more people got their first shot in August than they did in July. But we need to do more. This is not about freedom or personal choice. It's about protecting yourself and those around you, the people you work with, the people.
Timestamp? Oh, thank you.
Choice. It's about protecting yourself and those around you, the people you work with, the people you care about, the people you
Also,
love.
a shit ton of dislikes.
My job as president is to protect all Americans. So tonight, I'm announcing that the Department of Labor is developing an emergency rule to require all employers with 100 or more employees that together employ over 80 million workers to ensure their workforces are fully vaccinated or show a negative test at least once a week. Some of the biggest companies are already requiring this.
So you don't even need to get vaccinated, but I guess it's constant testing.
United Airlines, Disney, Tyson.
YouTube account is from Denver area local TV station. Oh, right. Channel post something about Biden. Everyone see you've chosen death. This is not freedom or personal choice. Respect the rules. Be prepared to pay. He's a coward to the Taliban.
Tyson's Food, and even Fox News. The bottom line,
let's go.
We're going to protect vaccinated workers from unvaccinated coworkers. We're going to reduce the spread of COVID-19 by increasing the share of the workforce that is vaccinated in businesses all across America. My plan will extend the vaccination requirements that I previously issued in the healthcare field.
Yeah, I mean, this sounds like it fucking... Like, the question of how to best apply a vaccine mandate is interesting. Because it's like, well, clearly we have to fucking do something.
Already,
I'm sure that's what the Biden admin was thinking. How do we ease it on in the least...
Announced, we'll be requiring vaccinations at all nursing home workers who treat
COVID was a
patients
bad
on
guy.
Medicare and
That's
Medicaid
how he should have
because
started
I have
this.
that federal authority. Tonight, I'm using that same authority to expand that to cover those who work in hospitals, home health care facilities, or other medical facilities. A total of 7.
Because this relates to like the workplace, right? Because I saw some conservative governor tweeting out that he's gonna disband or abolish OSHA, which is like workplace standards, workplace safety. OSHA, I don't know how to pronounce the
17 million healthcare workers. If you're seeking care at a health facility, you should be able to know that the people treating you are vaccinated. Simple, straightforward, period. Next, I will sign an executive order that will now require all executive branch federal employees to be vaccinated, all. And I've signed another executive order that will require federal contractors to do the same. If you want to work with the federal government and do business with us, get vaccinated. If you want to do business with the federal government, vaccinate your workforce. And tonight, I'm removing one of the last remaining obstacles that make it difficult for you to get vaccinated. The Department of Labor will require employers with 100 or more workers to give those workers paid time off to get vaccinated.
There you go. That's smart.
No
You
one
done
should
this
lose
before.
pay in order to get vaccinated
that was
or
a big
take
problem.
a loved one to get vaccinated. Today, in total, the vaccine requirements in my plan will affect about 100 million Americans, 2/3 of all workers. And for other sectors, I issue this appeal to those of you running large entertainment venues, from sports arenas to concert venues to movie theaters.
Yeah, I'm filing a bill to gut OSHA. MFA's hard hats.
Please require folks to get vaccinated or show a negative test as a condition of entry. And to the nation's family physicians, pediatricians, GPs, general practitioners, you're the most trusted medical voice to your patients. You may be the one person who can get someone to change their mind about being vaccinated. Tonight, I'm asking each of you to reach out to your unvaccinated patients over the next 2 weeks and make a personal appeal to them to get the shot. America needs your personal involvement in this critical effort. My message to unvaccinated Americans is this: What more is there to wait for? What more do you need to see? We've made vaccinations free, safe, and convenient. The vaccine has FDA approval. Over 200 million Americans have gotten at least one shot. We've been patient, but our patience is wearing thin. And
Yeah,
refusal has cost all of us.
Yeah, I gotta say, this is gonna make people fucking insane.
So please do the right thing.
I understand. I'm not gonna say it because obviously it's ridiculous, but I understand. The what is the dude saying, Adolf Biden or whatever? The anti-vax people. This is what they needed. It's like it's all at war now.
But just don't take it from me. Listen to the voices of unvaccinated Americans.
Because but I think the response is like, but this type of shit isn't gonna get people vaccinated. It's not like there's a Foucauldian point about biopower in relation to at least a certain portion of the population that doesn't want to be vaccinated. That like, if you have been fucked over by the medical system, there is a reason why you don't trust public health. If you've been fucked over by public health, there's a reason you don't trust it. And so in these instances, it's understandable, particularly like marginalized populations, why they would be less likely to trust public health. And the response there is like in relation to abolishing that biopolitical distinction, in relation to like making public health actually serve them and regaining trust in it's the same for like some vaccine hesitancy in like indigenous populations in Canada. Or it's like, yes, I totally fucking understand why you would not trust Canadian public health. Especially as like indigenous women are being forcefully sterilized actively, like, and that the solution to that is not a authoritarian, like, you will get the vaccine. That will only make it worse. That will only continue it. And you could probably levy that critique.
Lying in hospital bed.
There's a certain portion of the population where there is no Foucauldian analysis. They're upper middle class or they're upper class, McMansion rich Trump supporters who are totally within the protected population in the Foucault, biopolitical analysis, but do not want the vaccine. And with them, I don't fucking know, man. Maybe that is the solution. I don't know. Yeah.
Taking their final breath saying, if only I'd gotten vaccinated. If only. It's a tragedy. Please don't let it become yours. The second piece of my plan is continuing to protect the vaccinated. For the vast majority of you who've gotten vaccinated, I understand your anger at those who haven't gotten vaccinated. I understand the anxiety about getting a breakthrough case. But as the science makes clear, if you're fully vaccinated, you're highly protected from severe illness, even if you get COVID-19. In fact, recent data indicates there is only one confirmed positive case per 5,000 fully vaccinated Americans per day. You're as safe as possible.
Yeah,
and we're doing everything we can to keep it that way. Keep it that way. Keep you safe. That's where boosters come in. The shots that give you even more protection than after your second shot. Now, I know there's been some confusion about boosters, so let me be clear. Last month, our top government doctors announced an initial plan for booster shots
Want that booster?
for vaccinated
Give me the damn
Americans.
booster.
They believe that the booster is likely to provide the highest level of protection yet. Of course, the decision of which booster shots to give, when to start them, and who will give them will be left completely to the scientists at the FDA and the Centers for Disease Control. But while we wait, we've done our part. We bought enough boosters, enough booster shots, and the distribution system is ready to administer them. as soon as they are authorized.
Am I excited for The Matrix 4? I haven't seen anything in relation to that. One thing I do have to say about it is that I hope that The Matrix 4 is about society. If it's not about society, I'm going to be really disappointed.
Those eligible will be able to get a booster right away in tens of thousands of sites across the country for most Americans at your nearby drugstore and for free. The third piece of my plan is keeping, and maybe the most important, is keeping our children safe and our schools open. For any parent, it doesn't matter how low the risk of any illness or accident is when it comes to your child or grandchild. Trust me, I know. So, let me speak to you directly. Let me speak to you directly to help ease some of your worries. It comes down to two separate categories. Children ages 12 and older who are eligible for a vaccine now, and children ages 11 and under who are not yet eligible. The safest thing for your child, 12 and older, is to get them vaccinated.
In America, it's approved for 12 and over, right?
They get vaccinated for a lot of things. That's it, get them vaccinated. As with adults, almost all the serious COVID-19 cases we're seeing among adolescents are in unvaccinated 12 to 17.
The message is quit fucking around. It's Biden's "I will make Stalin look like a fucking anarchist" moment. But I don't know if that helps. I don't know. I think among vaccinated people, it helps his support, right? For people who are like, I'm getting the vaccine, why the fuck are people anti-vax? Vaccine is so important. I'm so happy I have it, and I'm no longer gonna I'm more protected from COVID or whatever. For that group, this is a boost in support.
17-year-olds, an age group that lags behind.
I would be surprised if that wasn't the case.
So parents, please get your teenager vaccinated.
There are plenty of people who get the shot because of this. Absolutely. Because they're like, well, if I have to. If it's a part of my job, yeah, sure, fuck it, I guess. Yeah, it is also interesting the respect to which a decent portion of people who haven't been vaccinated are just like, I don't know. And then it's just, that's it. And those people will get it, right? Especially if it relates to their job.
What about children under the age of 12 who can't get vaccinated yet? Well, the best way for a parent to protect their child under the age of 12.
I'm very curious how many people will get vaccinated because of this. Has there been any discourse about the guess about how this will
starts at home? Every parent, every teen sibling, every caregiver around them should be vaccinated. Children have 4 times higher chance of getting hospitalized if they live in a state with low vaccination rates rather than states with high vaccination.
So, why is it playing this? Stop playing. Any site that does autoplay should be abolished. 70% of unvaccinated would quit their job if vaccines are mandated. Now this is, talk is cheap as well. Are you really going to quit your job? Now it's happened. I think a lot of those people probably won't. But
vaccination rates. Now, if you're a parent of a young child,
someone in Canada who's not getting vaccinated just as a meme. Yeah, that's a lot of people, right? Where it's just like, I don't know. There's someone in chat who was like that. It was like, I was worried about the side effects. My response is still, get the fucking vaccine.
You're wondering,
this is funny.
When will it be the vaccine?
By the way, also, 100% chance Tucker is vaccinated. That's pretty obvious, right? Biden says even Fox News has mandatory vaccine policy. Is this true? Hannity and Tucker and others have gotten the vaccine? This can't be true.
Available for them. I strongly support independent scientific review for vaccine uses for children under 12.
Literally just doesn't contrary. That's a perfect example of irony and the politics of irony.
But I've made it clear I will do everything within my power to support the FDA with any resource it needs to continue to do this as safely and as quickly as possible. And our nation's top doctors are committed to keeping the public at large updated on the process so parents can plan.
Brother refused to get the vaccine, got COVID and fucked his lungs, and now he can't fly, which is bad because he's a professional pilot. Jeez.
Now to the schools.
I mean,
we know that if schools follow the science.
Maybe my opinion about this would be different if I wasn't in Canada, because like, are unvaccinated, it's less of a threat. We're at like what, like 70 or something? Yeah, I'd said that before. 70% double vaxxed. And that's of the population, not of like even eligible, but like of everybody. That like there is still like, even though I think that people not getting vaxxed when they can, obviously there's some people who just can't get vaccinated, you know, or like, you know, immunocompromised, for instance. But like the stories of like of recent like emergency room stuff and people's family members dying and them like begging them to give them ivermectin and stuff, and people being like really shocked to find that COVID is real as they're like fucking dying, is like incredibly tragic, right? I don't know. That's probably, as I explained that, probably not a hot take.
And implement the safety measures like testing, masking.
But this isn't just stupidity in its vague, unqualified sense. Like to like, it's not just people being stupid. There's a particular sort of social function and phenomena related to this that is fucking over those people, like truly.
Adequate ventilation systems would be provided the money for, social distancing, and vaccinations. Then children can be safe from COVID-19 in schools. Today, about 90% of school staffs and teachers are vaccinated. We should get that to 100%. My administration has already required teachers at the schools run by the Defense Department, because I have the authority as president of the federal system, the Defense Department and the Interior Department, to get vaccinated. That's authority I possess. Tonight, I'm announcing that will require all of nearly 3.
That's funny that this NDP candidate is recognizing Canada as a settler state when Communist Party candidates can't because of democratic centralism. We recognize the ongoing colonial oppression of our settler governments.
300,000 educators in the federal paid program Head
Communist
Start
Party
program
Canada treats Indigenous
must be vaccinated as well to protect their youngest,
as like a rights
our
issue,
youngest, most precious Americans, and give parents the comfort. And tonight, I'm calling on all governors to require vaccination for all teachers and staff. Some already have done so, but we need more to step up.
Yeah, it's surprising it took this long. That is a good point, I think.
Vaccination requirements in schools are nothing.
Did you have to wait for FDA approval? Oh, okay.
New.
I see.
They work. They're overwhelmingly supported by educators and their unions. And all school officials trying to do the right thing by our children. I'll always be on your side. Let me be blunt. My plan also takes on elected officials in states that are undermining you and these life-saving actions. Right now, local school officials are trying to keep children safe in a pandemic while their governor picks a fight with them and even threatens their salaries or their jobs. Talk about bullying in schools. If they'll not help,
what was that fucking like J.J. Abrams Star Wars line? They fly now?
These governors won't help us beat the pandemic. I'll use my power as president to get them out of the way. The Department of Education has already begun to take legal action against states undermining protection that local school officials have ordered. Any teacher or school official whose pay is withheld for doing the right thing we will have that pay restored by the federal government 100%. I promise you, I will have your back. The fourth piece of my plan is increasing testing and masking. From the start, America has failed to do enough COVID-19 testing. In order to better detect and control the Delta variant, I'm taking steps tonight to make testing more available, more affordable, and more convenient.
Remember when Trump said that he was going to test less so that there were less cases?
I'll use the Defense Production Act to increase production of rapid tests.
I have no comment. I'm just like, I remembered that.
Including.
Remember when the president said that? Slow the testing down so that there are less cases?
Those that you can use at home. While that production is ramping up, my administration has worked
and he
with
said
top
the same thing, right?
retailers like Walmart,
yeah. I mean,
Amazon and Kroger's. And tonight, we're announcing that no later than next week, each of these outlets will start to sell at-home rapid test kits at cost for the next 3 months. This immediate price reduction for at-home test kits for up to 35% reduction.
What is Birdwatch? Wait, are they making Twitter police? Contributors write notes adding context to tweets they think are misleading. They're adding fucking Twitter cops? Yeah, ACAB includes people who sign up to the Birdwatch program. Absolutely.
We'll also expand free testing at 10,000 pharmacies around the country. And we're committing $2 billion to purchase nearly 300 million rapid tests for distribution to community health centers, food banks, schools, so that every American, no matter their income,
my mod. So
can
true.
access free and convenient tests. This is important to everyone, particularly for a parent or a child.
Oh, Sims.
With a child not old enough to be vaccinated.
Deleted the
You'll
message.
be able to test them at home and test those around them. In addition to testing, we know masking helps stop the spread of COVID-19. That's why when I came into office, I required masks for all federal buildings, on federal lands, on airlines, and other modes of transportation. Tonight,
Labor Party transphobia stuff? No, I did not. Can you send?
I'm announcing that the Transportation Safety Administration, the TSA, will double the fines on travelers that refuse to mask. If you break the rules, be prepared to pay. And by the way,
sorry, wait, did I fuck
some
that up?
respect. That refuse to pay.
He should not have said that. I don't know. I feel like this is gonna kill in terms of popularity among people who are like really mad that people aren't vaccinated. But saying if you want people to get vaccinated, saying if you break the rules, be prepared to pay. I don't know if this is good messaging, Jack.
If you break the rules, be prepared to pay.
Because again, do all of the same shit you're doing, but just change your message. Right? This is not even a question of policy. It's a question of like messaging.
By the way,
I don't know if this
show
is...
some respect. The anger you see on television toward flight attendants and others doing their job is wrong. It's ugly.
Oh yeah. Oh well. This is. Oh yeah. This is like the classic labor turf PM, right? Or MP. I also have feminist and gender critical beliefs. While I fully support the rights of all trans people to live freely as they choose, comma, I do not accept self-ID as a passport for male-bodied biological men. Oh yeah, just straight up a turf. Yeah, it's a classic labor. Classic British labor.
The fifth piece of my plan is protecting our economic recovery. Because of our vaccination program and the American Rescue Plan, which we passed early in my administration.
Labor targeted its most prominent young members for supporting trans rights, embracing bigots in the ranks. Why do this is a terrible takeaway from this. Why do British people use the word shambolic so much? What's up with this word? I don't. But yeah, I mean, isn't it? I wonder how much attention the media is making about this. Given how much they lost their fucking minds about the corporate anti-Semitism thing. Oh, 0? Oh, yeah. Oh, damn. That's crazy.
We've had record job
I'm so
creation
surprised.
for a new administration. Economic growth unmatched in 40 years.
I guess, yeah, shambles is a related phrase. X is in shambles. Yeah.
We cannot let unvaccinated do this progress, undo it, turn it back. So tonight, I'm announcing additional steps to strengthen our economic recovery. We'll be expanding COVID-19 economic injury
Andrew,
disaster.
why did you have to show me that? That's so terrible. Why did you have to show me that? Now you all have to see it too.
Loan programs. That's a program that's going to allow small businesses to borrow up to $2 million from the current $500,000 to keep going if COVID-19 impacts on their sales. These low-interest, long-term loans require no repayment for 2 years and can used to hire and retain workers, purchase inventory, or even pay down higher-cost debt racked up since the pandemic began. I'll also be taking additional steps to help small businesses stay afloat during the pandemic. Sixth, we're going to continue to improve the care of those who do get COVID-19. In early July, I announced the deployment of surge response teams. These are teams comprised of experts from the Department of Health and Human Services, the CDC, the Defense Department, and the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, to areas in the country that need help to stem the spread of COVID-19.
The FEMA camps, brother.
Since then, the federal government has deployed nearly 1,000 staff, including doctors, nurses, paramedics, into 18 states. Today, I'm announcing that the Defense Department will double the number of military
The
health
FEMA
teams.
camp thing, because that's like 2008 shit, right? That's like a very interesting, like almost prerequisite to anti-vax and anti-lockdown stuff, because it's contingent on like a lack of trust in public health, right?
That they'll deploy
and the idea that public health is like authoritarian.
to help their fellow Americans and hospitals
Katrina
around
stuff.
the country.
Okay.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm going to come.
Wasteman, thank you for the 5 gift subs.
Increasing the availability of new medicines recommended by real doctors, not conspiracy theorists. The monoclonal antibody treatments have been shown to reduce the risk of hospitalization by up to 70% for unvaccinated people at risk of developing severe disease. We've already distributed 1.4 million courses of these treatments to save lives and reduce the strain on hospitals. Tonight, I'm announcing we will increase the average pace of shipment across the country of free monoclonal antibody treatments by another 50%. Before I close, let me say this.
I am this type of a joker
Communities
guy.
of color are disproportionately impacted by this virus. And as we continue to battle COVID-19, we will ensure that equity continues to be at the center of our response.
That's the example of like biopolitics, right? That certain populations who are deemed like core or important by sort of statistical analysis, and this is where Foucault's idea of race comes out through biopolitics, where generally like affluent white are protected by public health, and then certain populations, generally like people of color, marginalized,
all cops
are pushed
bad
away,
cops.
are left to die, so to speak. And it leads those communities to rightfully not trust public health, right? Brumbo Tungus, thank you for the 10 months.
Ensure that everyone is reached. My first responsibility as president is to protect the American people and make sure we have enough vaccine for every American, including enough boosters for every American who's approved to get one. We also know this virus transcends borders. That's why even as we execute this plan at home, we need to continue fighting the virus overseas, continue to be the arsenal of vaccines. We're proud.
That's a cute little arsenal of vaccines instead of democracy. It's a good little historical reference.
To have donated nearly 140 million vaccines over 90 countries, more than all other countries combined, including Europe, China, and Russia combined. That's American leadership on a global stage. And that's just the beginning. We've also now started to ship another 500 million.
Oh shit, hype train. Let's go. Let's go, dude. Hold on 1 second. Take a little break from Mr. Joseph Robinette Biden.
All cops are bad
Only
cops.
sub to gay streams. Thank you for the 18 months. It says a lot about our society. If you'd like to contribute, Underwhelmed, thank you for the 3 months. If you'd like to contribute, we got lots of cool emotes.
Do not come. Do not come.
Sovereign, I think I'm president. Thank you for the 3 gift subs. Sovereign. We got the best emotes are the lizard dancing. Let's be honest, folks.
Do not come. Do not come.
Valeria, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Let's go. Thank you so much. Gyarados, thank you for the gift sub. Echo, thank you for the prime.
All cops are bad cops.
Where do you find this? What is this? The media bias chart? Oh, entirely left and entirely misinformation. Or is that it? No. Yeah, no news value, entirely left. Obviously. Got my friends at PC Belly Boot. Let's go, dude. If they're getting into podcasts, I'm sure QAA would be on it. It's a pretty big podcast. I don't think I missed anyone. Thank you everyone for the gift subs. Northern Hail, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Let's go. Platypus. Platypus, thank you for the gift sub. Level 5? Can we get a level 5? We love to see it. Or level 4. It's so cool. The graphs is purely based on opinion, and it's trying to make it objective. We love it.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm CZ or MCZ. Thank you for the 5 gift subs.
Do not come. Do not come.
Valeria, thank you for the 5 more gift subs. Let's go. Thank you. Oh shit! Techno, thank you for the 17 gift subs. Let's fucking go, dude. Thank you so much. Let's go. Billy October, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Tank Techno. We're at the while it's open. We love to see it. Thank you, everybody.
I'm gonna come.
Only sub to gay streams. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. The question is, do you only gift sub to gay streams? Thank you so much. Yes, I have now paid my mortgage on my $3 million house. Let's go, dude. We hit the limit. Thank you so much, everybody. Elizabeth, thank you for the gift sub. Thank Techno, and thank you for 10 months. I'll give you a VIP. You guys so many. What arc would you say we're on, chat? What arc are we on? Yes, follow Petit Belly View on Twitch as well. Alton Darwin. I'm not on my Liz Brunig arc. That doesn't make sense. You are simply referring to the fact that we are white women with the same glasses. Vaccine mandates are American tradition, so is the backlash. Oh yeah. That's a good take. White woman's philosophy, thin rim, dumb bitch glasses arc. Well, that's my whole life, so it's not quite an arc. One in the chat, so true. You got a VIP, yes. I VIP people who give tier 3s. Or who are tier 3s. But you gave a shit ton of subs, so you will give a bunch of subs as well. This is my I put on winter eyeliner to sneak into Hassan's house arc. So true. That's facts. That's it. We found the answer. No, thank you, Dante. That's the answer. You found it. That's the arc. The winged eyeliner is literally connected to me moving too. Because I was just like shopping because I have to buy fucking everything. And I was like, oh, just makeup aisle. I haven't bought makeup in a while. I saw that the watching Joe Rogan with multiple women, that's a dude's rock mentality. Big respect. Big respect. It's such a good song. It's such a banger. Wasteman, thank you for the 2-1. Yeah, the real move is to stream with someone and make them watch Zizek. That's true. Alright, thank you for the hype train, everybody. Thank you so much. More than tier 5. Thank you so much, everybody. Much appreciated. This is what I do for a living, so.
COVID vaccines, Pfizer vaccines.
Thank you. And 56
All
subs.
cops
Thank
are
you.
bad cops.
Ted the Bellhop. Thank you for the 2 months.
Purchased to donate to 100 lower-income countries in need of vaccines. And I'll be announcing additional steps to help the rest of the world later this month.
Make them listen to Come Town.
As I recently
No,
released...
the real thing is bringing them out to like a Come Town live show, which is a phenomenon that happens, I'm told. Guy who drags out girl who's like, I don't know what this is. It's Come Town? I don't know what that means.
The key parts of my pandemic preparedness plan so that America isn't caught flat-footed.
All right,
with a new
back to Sleepy
pandemic
Joe.
comes again, as it will. Next month, I'm also going to release a plan in greater detail. So let me close with this.
Do I want a theme song?
We've made so much progress during the
If
past
you want to
7
make me
months of
one.
this pandemic. The recent increases in
I don't know what would the content be.
vaccinations in August already are having an impact in some states where case counts are dropping in recent days. Even so,
I don't think I deserve a theme song.
we
I
remain
don't
at
know.
a critical moment, a critical time. We have the
Like
tools.
Batman.
Now we just have to finish the job with truth, with science, with confidence.
Once I went to a travel live show and ended up sitting 2 rows behind Brace Belden. They were stone-faced during most of it, but cracked up hard at parts no one was laughing at.
And together, as one nation.
It's very funny.
Look, we're the United States
But
of
if you want
America.
it, yes, thank you. If you
There's
want to make
nothing,
me a
not
theme
a single
song,
thing we're unable
that would
to
be
do if we
very
do
cool.
it together. So let's stay together. God bless you all and all
That's
those who
it?
continue to serve on the front lines of this pandemic. And may God protect our troops. Get vaccinated.
That's a hilarious way to end that. The get vaccinated. This is my theme
This
song.
in San Francisco is all
I don't know
about,
if that was
well,
smartest
you know,
messaging.
Gay bathhouses and everything. It's all about round-the-clock sex. It's all. Come on, man. There's a guy named Bill Wright, Mouse, the only white guy, and he did all the pools. He was the mechanic. He said, come down here in the basement. He said, I'll be waiting for you. And so what I did was I came down and I learned a lot. And I learned that it's all about gay bathhouses.
Is this? Can I use? Should I use this as my intro music as well?
Come on, man. Gay bathhouses.
This is a great.
Round the clock sex. Yeah. Gay bathhouses.
Should I? This is a relatively small account. You should follow this.
It's all about gay bathhouses. I wasn't bad
I should
either.
plug.
That's the truth. And Corn Pop was a bad dude.
He's a bad
And he
dude.
ran a bunch of bad boys. But the city was burning. It was
I
burning
forgot
down
about
here.
this speech.
I felt so bad. But here's the point.
He cared about me. Then my heart began to beat again. They're all good men.
He cared about me. And Corn Pop was in chains.
I should make it a sub
Around
noise.
his ankles and on his wrist, and they were chained together, so on a belt. And he said, it's all about gay bathhouses.
What type of music or style? Oh, I don't know.
Gay bathhouses. Not a joke. Come on. Gay bathhouses.
What should?
Come on, man.
I don't.
What
do you think? Which is a lame answer.
Round the clock sex. Yeah.
Whichever one you think is most.
And rub my leg down.
Any of
Rub my
those
leg down.
I think would be
I'm the only
jazz.
white boy within 20 miles. Rub my leg down.
And rub my leg down.
This is such a great.
Rub my leg down. It's all about round the clock sex.
Man, that is hot.
Sex.
Make it with Liv say I'm gay and I'm
Pretty
smoking
dark.
this. Do not do that. No.
Good lifeguard. Sex.
I haven't checked on OK Buddy Agar in a long time. What's going on there? Has anyone been posting?
Sex.
This is so stupid.
Time to get in the pool. It's all about gay bathhouses. Come on, man. Gay bathhouses. Not a joke. Come on. Gay.
Important question for this stream. Can bisexuals use homophobic slurs? Once a week, one slur once a week. Slur use must be reported to the IRS. File for the homophobic slur tax credit. And you may receive your 4th slur pass in a month 5 business days ahead of time, allowing you to say 1 extra slur that week. Unused slurs are transferable for 1 month, bringing your maximum slur potential to 8 in 1 month. Consult the gay agenda, section 20. That's the answer. That's the answer. You solved the discourse. Big gay debord. You solved it. Oh, it's wrong.
Gay bathhouses. Come on, man.
But the real answer is obviously they should. It's so like, of course they should. It's weird that people think they shouldn't.
Bathhouses and it's all about round the clock sex. Gay bathhouses.
Like if a bisexual man is walking, holding his partner's hand in the street, and someone calls him a homophobic slur, he can't be like, "You don't understand. I'm not gay. I'm bisexual." Which is the point is to say, like, the slur does not mean like a gay man. There's no like the point of a slur is to take someone out of their existence. It's to say something negative about, like, so the implication that only gay men can use like the F slur implies that they are F slurs. It's the same with trans women discourse. It doesn't really make sense. Like, weird gatekeeping, like on recent young queer discourse is very gatekeepy like that. In multiple ways, but that's an interesting example. Oh yeah, there was this video on the vaccine mandates.
Well, a warm welcome to today's talk. It's Friday, the 10th of September. Now, some quite interesting news from the US and the UK and various places today. But I'm just going to start off with a few orientation slides, first of all, to get us started. Now, here we see the new daily confirmed COVID-19 cases per million.
Okay, so Canada's doing pretty well.
Israel high, then the United Kingdom, then the United States, then Ireland, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. Now, Australia, the cases are not going to be contained now. Australia is going to learn to live with the virus and is going to gradually open up. New Zealand looks like it might have, I don't like to use the term got away with it, but they might be able to return to a zero COVID situation, which would be really good news if they can do that while they wait for more people to be vaccinated. It would be great if they could do that. Now, the actual R rate in these countries, the reproductive rate, now this is the R rate of 1 along there. So as we see, I'm afraid only Israel is below that. Ireland, the United States, the United Kingdom, New Zealand, Canada, Australia, Canada, all the R value is above 1.
I'm confused why Israel's R value is lower, but they have way more cases, right? I watched a few Vijay Prashad stuff.
See, I'm afraid only Israel is below that.
Because he was on, like, he's been on, like, Majority Report and Michael Brooks stuff.
Ireland, the United States, the United Kingdom, New Zealand.
I guess it's because of, what are you saying, lower rates? But wouldn't this indicate that it's higher? Daily new confirmed cases per million people. Oh, cases are going down, though. You're right. I see. Right,
I'm afraid only Israel is below that. Ireland, the United States.
Right, okay, they peaked right here. I see.
The United Kingdom, New Zealand, Canada, Australia, Canada. All the R value is above 1. And, of course, you know that means that every infected person is now infecting more than one person. So it means the numbers are growing in all of those countries. That's causing...
This guy is a doctor who started recording... Oh, he's got 1 million subs now. He started recording, like, videos on COVID, like, very early on. We used to watch, like, most of his videos when they came out.
Problems, but it's also like building up immunity. But it's the problems we're more concerned with at the moment. So that's the reproductive value. Now, when we look here at the number of COVID-19 patients in hospital, the United States, we're nowhere concerned about that, because of the relatively low levels of vaccination. Israel, the numbers are going down. Now, in Israel, I think the numbers are probably going down for 2 reasons. Clearly, as there's a lot of virus around in Israel, there's been a huge number of cases, so a lot of people will have developed natural immunity. And as well as that, the reason the hospitalizations are going down is they're giving boosters to the most vulnerable people. They're getting a third dose of vaccine. So those two effects, reducing hospitalizations and keeping them heading downwards in Israel, still fairly high. United Kingdom hospitalizations are certainly increasing. It is a concern, not least because all these people in hospital in the UK is greatly delaying waiting.
In a lot of states, right, particularly the southern states, COVID is the worst it's ever been, right?
Lists. And if you live in the UK now, you'll know someone who's on a waiting list waiting for some procedure. It is a thoroughly unsatisfactory situation, and Sajid Javid has actually said things are going to get worse before they get better. So quite a failing, really, of routine healthcare in the UK, and of course this applies to other countries as well. It's not where we want it to be. We want to treat all these routine things as promptly as we possibly can. So United States, particularly high numbers, unfortunately, in hospital, as we know, which is correlated with the lower vaccination states. New Daily confirmed deaths. Well, again, I'm afraid the United States is high and is likely to remain high because of the large number of people unvaccinated. There are some severely ill, doubly vaccinated people, but thankfully not many. Most of the severely ill people are unvaccinated, but it's still tragic for those concerned. Israel, deaths, well...
I usually delete my old VODs. And they expire at some point. Don't they? VODs expire after like 2 months as well.
They're still at a reasonably...
Did someone have... There was someone who had like my VODs saved or something that mentioned them?
High level, higher than the UK. Ireland,
but
a bit of a data
I usually make
the
sure
deaths
they're
appear
not.
to have jumped up, but it's largely the way they're collecting the data. Canada...
I have on my YouTube, which you should subscribe to because I have a YouTube video coming out. There's old lecture stuff on... Does that link still work? It does. There's podcast stuff, and then way back there's like Wretched of the Earth and Our Prison's Obsolete book clubs from like a year ago, or more than a year ago.
And Australia, deaths still...
Ace lost the one she had? Oh, okay.
New Zealand, thankfully, low as they're able to contain the situation fairly well.
Please start the Liv Clip Industrial Complex. Clip me, put it on TikTok or whatever on YouTube and shit. That's absolutely... You have my blessing.
Vaccination status, well, New Zealand and Australia are going up, but of course Australia's only at about just over 30% doubly vaccinated. So it really is quite vital that the Australians don't open up, particularly travel between states before they get that vaccination status up to about...
Profit off. I mean, if you want to run ads on it, that would be funny. I would not be mad at that. If you actively profited off of my content, that would be funny. But yes, please clip the shit, put it on YouTube and whatever other.
About 70%.
Get the algorithms going, because then people watch the stream, and you get clout, I guess. I don't know.
Which is where they want to get to.
But I have actively
encouraged they accelerate
yes.
their vaccine program. The UK has just sent 4 million doses of vaccine. I can't remember which one actually.
They work for Hassan. I was back on TikTok, and Hassan has like, there's a clip of Hassan, the one where it's like, they are girl bossing, they are gatekeeping, they are doing it in the name of Allah, of course. And it's got like there's that sound has like 400,000 TikToks made about it. Like, it's like insane. Yeah.
I think it might have been Pfizer,
which is hilarious. It's very funny to like, yeah.
To help boost that as well. So
it's a very good sound. It's very funny.
On it now. They have just started too late. There was complacency in Australia, in my view, and I remember I think it was the Prime Minister said, "Well, we'll see how the Brits do first," which, you know, it's no time for joking really. In this
oh no, did we? Okay, I'll add this to the.
Trial data was already in, and Australia just came to the vaccination party late. It's as simple as that. But as we see,
I'm curious. So Ireland's a bit ahead of us. Oh yeah, so. United States, yeah.
United States.
That's interesting that Australia and New Zealand are so behind.
States.
That really shows, by the way, how much Canada jumped in front to get those early vaccines? Because like, I don't like, is physical proximity a factor in this? I feel like it wouldn't be that much of a factor. Maybe it is, because America is a massive producer, and we got all of our vaccines from America because it's like mainly Pfizer and Moderna. But like, yeah, get a mic stand. I know. I'm still, yeah. I need to get one because I just moved, so I have to like buy new shit.
Vaccination is still going up, but that difference between that sort of just over 50% and over 60% is significant. Now, Ireland are at the top, then Canada, then the United Kingdom. Israel, of course, it's been quite flat for a long period of time. And this is partly why there's this increase in cases in Israel, because there's been waning of vaccination immunity, giving rise to more cases. Now there's been so many cases, there'll be a natural immune boost. That's one good thing. Well, probably only the good thing about the Delta variant. And of course, as we've said, they are vaccinating the people that are most vulnerable with a third dose of vaccine. Plenty of data there on Canada. I'm not going to look at that now, but the very good spreadsheets in Canada.
It's fine. You don't need to look at Canada.
And it kind of lights up and tells you the cases where you are. Australia, Australia, Capital Territory is 18. New South Wales is the main epicentre, still around about Sydney. And Victoria for new cases as well. But great to see Northern Territories, Queensland, South Australia, Tasmania, Western Australia with no new cases. But as we've said, they've got a long way to go on their vaccination status. Now, this is pretty interesting. It's a major sociological, political shift really in the States. The president has come out all guns blazing in favour of mandatory vaccinations. And as I understand it, presidents in the United States have quite a lot of power. Let's look at some of the things that President Biden has been saying and thinking about. So all employees...
Yeah, all the fucking Republicans now salty that, like, America has an incredibly strong executive branch. Is a funny anecdote about, like, 19th century French politics is that, like, there were three general political coalitions, which is the what is the English phrase for that? Like the mountaineers, I guess. Then there's the Party of Order, which is the right wing one, and then what's the centrist Republican candidate? I'm blocking it. But the Party of Order, it was a coalition between absolute monarchists, constitutional monarchists, and Republicans, so people who don't want a monarchy, but Republicans who want an American-style government, who didn't want to ally with other Republicans because they wanted a style of government. It's like, yeah, it's basically a monarchy, but it's just elected.
All employers, all businesses with 100 or more employees, vaccine is going to be mandated, or weekly testing. And the key thing with the weekly testing, and the French learned this very effectively, if people have to pay for the testing themselves, vaccination rates go up. And I think we can assume that the American authorities are well aware of the French experience there. So this cost is probably going to be passed down to the level of the employer or the individual employee, which will motivate a lot of people. But the numbers are huge. I mean, this is 80 million workers in this category in the United States. 80 million workers are going to be mandated to be vaccinated or have to go through weekly testing. And they're going to enforce it. There's going to be a $14,000 fine per violation. So that means if two workers don't get vaccinated, that's $28,000. I think we can assume that managers are going to be very studious in enforcing this law. Otherwise, there's going to be really quite punitive penalties for employers. So this will be
empowering the capitalist class to get people vaccinated.
I have no doubt.
Which, yeah, they're quite powerful, so that would work.
The actual letter of the law hasn't actually been written yet. We're expecting that people are scribbling away as we speak. But the actual detail is not there. This is more policy direction at the moment from the president. They can get out of it weekly testing, as we said, but how practical that's going to be, how expensive that's going to be, where the burden is going to fall for the finances of that. Anyway, the President's also signed an executive order compelling all federal employees to be vaccinated, and here there's no testing opt-out. They must be vaccinated or they're going to lose their jobs. No testing opt-out. All staffers at Head Start programs, the Defence Department, don't know if that includes the rank and file military or not. Try and find that out, but do let me know if you do know that. But certainly all the administrative defence departments, it's mandated in the States. Federally operated schools for Native Americans, because we do know that Native Americans have a high rate of comorbidities and have a higher rate of severe illness and death as a result of this COVID-19 infection. So I do sort of feel that it's right that these groupings are
military do need to be vaccinated.
Protected. Now, a few quotes from the President. We're in a tough stretch and it could last for a while. What makes it incredibly more frustrating is we have the tools to combat COVID-19 and a distinct minority of Americans supported by a distinct...
That makes sense. This reminds me of the Q shaman who did serve in the Navy for a couple of years, but was dishonorably discharged because he refused to get the anthrax vaccine in 2007.
Minority of elected officials are keeping us from turning the corner. We've been patient, but our patience is wearing thin, and your refusal talking to anti-vaxxers has cost all of us. We could go on quite a bit with these pretty strong quotes from the President. These pandemic politics, as I refer to it, are making people sick, causing unvaccinated people to die. This is strong language for a politician. It's not even trying to be diplomatic. We cannot allow these actions to stand in the way of protecting a large majority of Americans who've done their part. Right now, local school officials are trying to keep children safe in a pandemic.
Who refuses an anthrax vaccine? Someone who's like a weird, like mystic person, you know, is weird, like new age, spiritual, alternative medicine, you know, that's everything.
While their governor picks a fight with them and even threatens their salaries or their jobs.
It's interesting thinking about like, there's a lot of like sort of hippies, I guess that's in the interior of BC, who like, it's I can't remember the specific place where I encountered this. It was a while ago when I was like in my teen years, staying at this place. It was a community of people that were generally like privileged white sort of hippies, and the cell service there was terrible. I remember because they refused to allow any more of like 5G. It wasn't 5G at that point. I was like 16. They wouldn't allow any more cell phone towers, and I remember associating it there. It was like, oh, they're just like liberal. They're kind of weird. It's sort of funky or whatever. And now I'm sure all of those fucking people are QAnon. Fucking every one of them.
Now, of course, that's a political statement, but I would assume, I think he might
it's
be
weird how that
about
association
Florida,
changed.
But it's a change in mood, that is for sure. It's a definite change in mood with the Office of the United States President to back it up. So now, looking at vaccine mandate data,
oh right. Someone mentioned before how there's like a decent amount of Green supporters who are going to the PPC, People's Party of Canada, the far right party, and that's totally it. It's because the one Green seat in the member of Parliament is it Haida? Is the region? It's on the BC coastline. It's like generally that support base is like white hippies, as far as I understand.
Not a lot of polls recently. I found this poll from Reuters. 49%.
Yeah, so it makes sense that type of Green supporter would be like fundamental as a result anti-vax. Yeah, because the Greens are very strange. The collection of candidates are bizarre.
People in the UK are in favour of the government mandating vaccines, 40% against, few percent undecided. So about half the people in the United
that's a different one, Tubman. I believe that was a candidate, not a... Oh, no, that was a member of Parliament. That was not, though. That was Elizabeth May's seat, is what I'm talking about.
Kingdom,
which I don't know what's happened to that now.
Are in favour of vaccine mandates. Interesting. This from the United States States, the Associated Press Center for Public Affairs research, 59% of remote workers favor vaccine requirements for their own workplace.
Yes, Imani Paul was blocking a Green MP from talking about Palestine, and then so she became a lib. Incredible.
Of course, these are the people that are
that was a very bizarre
concerned that are remote working, but that's a good majority favour mandating vaccinations for their own workplace. Now, that does fall to 47% of those who are currently working in person. But again, we see about half of people.
Yeah, then she got blocked by Speaker Palestine the libs. That's which, yeah, of course.
Supporting vaccine mandates, well, I think it's pretty interesting. My poll here, now this is, my poll is actually getting quite interesting for a few reasons. Or our poll really, it's been at that proportion, 27-73% for some time now, despite many more people voting. So 27% yes, government should mandate vaccines for all, 73% no, they shouldn't. But we do notice that the number in my poll is quite a lot lower than the other two polls. Now, of course, we make no claims that this poll is valid. It's purely out of curiosity. But it seems that the number of people in favour of vaccine mandates in my poll is about half what other more reputable national polls are saying. So is it that people that view this channel don't particularly like vaccine mandates? Is that's possible? Or is it that the channel has been loaded with anti-vax groups? That's also possible. We don't really know. So interesting, and I suspect... I'll leave it at that. Let's just say it's interesting. If you've got an opinion, do let me know. Now, I'm going to go on and talk about some COVID symptom tracker data shortly, but I think we'll leave that one there for now. I don't want to get too long. So thank you for watching this one.
There, yeah. Bad poll, I guess, is the... I want to watch... There's a Kush vlog called The Vax Place recently. You should go follow Chapo Trap House on Twitch. They stream this as well as other content. They raid sometimes. Shout out to Chapo Trap House. We get the... I respect, because I did one equivalence to the Kush vlog type stream when I was on my MacBook Air. And I respect that he just doesn't talk until people get in. Because I was immediately like, oh, I have to do shit. Fuck. But no, just wait.
What I say. Hey. So long as I hear.
Did your raid not go through?
I will not mess around until I say.
Oh, it did.
Hey,
sorry.
Really
it didn't give me the alert. Thank you for the raid of 2. Thank you.
That's really all this was.
It didn't go in the chat, but in the thing it does. It did. It worked. Thank you.
I need a buck. I don't belong on luck.
Yvonne Valentine. Thank you.
I ain't telling you no lies. It's really amazing that they wrote that song on their first album. I'm assuming they were a band for a while, but
they're doing a charity stream. I'll have to rate it to them.
The one that had Runaround on it, and their second song off that album is their world-weary, Bob Seger song about how shouldn't you be a fucking horde tour, a bunch of girls.
He's just
I'm cynical. Everybody was prefabricated overalls are flashing you, and you're already writing a song about how you're a bunch of fucking stupid pigs, and I'm your puppet master. Amazing. That was the 90s, though. Everything was just cynical. Everybody was prefabricated as a massive cynic. They didn't get to be disillusioned. They came out of the womb disillusioned with capitalism, basically, but content within it because they assumed that they were going to maintain a certain level of comfort. They assumed, even though the spirit had left the world, that the material comforts of the world would persist. And so the entire crisis of the 90s, the psychic crisis of the 90s, is people coming to terms with the idea that, this is going to be as good as it gets, which means I'm going to have to make do with this. I'm going to have to stop imagining a transcendence of the alienation and misery of this life that I cannot comprehend and cannot directly confront because I lack political agency, because I am unfree, but I am still in this thing. How do I keep getting pleasure out of this system? And that's why they become so disillusioned so goddamn fast, and why irony becomes the de facto perspective, and aggression in culture emerges. You get your Woodstock 99s, your fight clubs. It is people having to be told that there's no more frontiers, that there's no more that they can imagine in their life. They cannot struggle to control their lives. They're surrendering the control over their lives. That is fundamentally what is being asked of them. And it's been asked of them the whole time. It's just, it hasn't gotten to them yet by the 80s, that when they're all coming of age. They have been cut off. The bridges have been burned. Cortez's ships are aflame. There's no going back to upward mobility. There's only downward mobility from here on. But there is also, when in the 90s you learn, no ability to be authentic. And that's why the entire decade is suffused with cynicism and hostility and fear of selling out.
I still feel like the funniest thing, and it's unintentional, and I don't mean this at their expense, they will probably agree, was their 2016 election live show, which I think is now uploaded. It used to be like a Patreon. I was like an early Chapo head. Like before Trump, I was like Chapo Premium. Like September of, I guess that 2015 is when I started. But they did like a live show for Hillary winning, because it was like, of course Hillary's gonna win, and all their bits were prepared for Hillary to win, and then they didn't. She didn't, and then they ate shit, because it's like, well, fuck.
Because we're
as everyone
literally
realizes
selling
the
our
reality of
for comfort.
4
And
years
we're
of Donald
wrestling
J.
with
Trump.
that. And then 9/11 happens, redefines the entire array of forces. And then finally, the fucking collapse of 08 happens, and everybody gets dropped into a common decline that is not what any of them signed up for. And all of the different generations are reacting to this crisis with different degrees of schizophrenic refusal to acknowledge reality, depending on how addicted they basically had been, how much they assumed that material comfort would define their lives. So the boomers are completely insane. But the Xers are not much less. And the Zoomers are the ones who are experiencing total alienation from all institutions, from the conception of themselves as like public beings. Like they come into life with no belief in any institutions providing them with any material or spiritual comfort. And we're all responding to that moment differently. And what it means for America is that we are continued to be held hostage by the demented social rituals of these completely detached from reality boomers. Because they are the ones who are still ritually adhered enough to democracy to vote every goddamn 2 years and contribute money and interest to politics that fuel its structural influence on American life. Like they are participating in the civic rituals that give actual meaning to political legitimacy. They are legitimizing the system ritually more than anybody else, because they have lived the lives that, though they have been spiritually deparched over time, have been, until now, secured in a baseline degree of physical ease and comfort of life. And they are encountering the end of that, and they don't know how to process it. So their politics are becoming more and more unstable and hysterical. And we are all stuck in the afterbirth of that. And we're all having to respond to that political context, because there is no...
It reminds me of like the Comrade Waluigi shit. You know, that type of guy where like the like, I mean, yeah, sure. The Vosh reaction to that is like, this is a fucking threat. They are attempting to reproduce the admittedly agreeably bad power relations of like the Communist Party of China. Whereas I think the proper response is like, no, that person is fucking insane because they don't have any real politics. It's not a thing of like by definition, the tankies cannot take power because that is a product of a lack of real politics. It's not a thing that you have to like worry about in terms of it coming about. It exists expressly because it can't come about. Because Zoomers are born into a world in which there's no real politics. This is just the crushing neoliberal consensus literally everywhere you turn. And so of course their politics are like bizarre and eclectic and don't make sense. And of course some people are like, President Xi is my dad. That doesn't happen in like in a society that has a meaningful sort of left-wing opposition, or in an American society that doesn't have one. That wouldn't happen.
Working class counter-hegemonic political
Someone
strain.
clip that. Don't fucking clip that and send it to Vosh. That's this is like debate lord shit. That wasn't a call out. I was like, I might as well. I mean, that is Vosh's position.
Destroyed. The Democratic Party in the 70s no longer was a working class influenced party. The working class became the junior members of this alliance and lost their power.
Oh, the Xi is my dad thing? Yeah. Just clip it without the context. Yeah, do that. That's good.
Now it's just two bourgeois parties, two different groups of people who, no matter what their jobs were or are, conceive themselves as small holders, as burghers. They can be members of the working class. What matters is that they are burghers. They have a damn home. They have a little bit of property that is equity, that is capital, that is an investment, that makes them a capitalist. And they vote for political parties in numbers sufficient relative to the rest of the population to guarantee that their politics wins. Which means there can be no politics cannot effectively address material issues now, because it's dominated by two parties that are capitalist in their nature and therefore driving towards total profit extraction, and have to detach us democratically from that decision. And they're doing it by presiding over a culture war between people who are mostly materially being deeply harmed by this system and have a collective interest in resisting it, but who are experiencing culture through the politics and reality through this cultural veil that turns everything into just the reflection of the dying brains of these fucking boomers. Like, we are stuck in their contrail now. Post Bernie, there is no third pole to organize around. If we are part of this thing, we are organizing the structure, regardless of what we think we're doing. And that brings me to what I wanted to talk today about, which is the goddamn vaccine mandate. I feel like this is a perfect example of how politics is being defined by immiseration throughout all classes of Americans that is exclusively expressed in people's lives through this pantomime politics because of the death of working class counter.
How good is your clip? Let me see. Like, President Xi is my dad. That doesn't have like, it doesn't work because you didn't get it. It doesn't count.
Hegemony.
Because I put in the little bit at the end.
Hegemony. Whatever.
President Xi is not my father.
So there are plenty of leftists who are very sympathetic to resistance to vaccine mandates, who see it as a bad sign, as a tightening of the noose of the techno-fascist state around our necks. And so they resist vaccine mandates.
Yeah, is that a reaction? It's been all over Twitter. I'm glad I deactivated my Twitter account so I don't have to see that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, my take on that is that Foucault's analysis of biopolitics is still good. JD, wait, what does JD stand for? Who's Like it is power, absolutely. Like, but also, door. Oh yeah, okay, of course. I mean, yeah. I was asking if any leftists did it. I don't know why we're including him in the list.
And I think that is a healthy feeling to have for anyone, because the baseline we need to start from is that everybody should feel violent alienation towards every institution in American society. Everyone should. That is not the thing that's wrong with conservatives or MAGA people.
Nice.
Or liberals.
Yeah. I guess that's the read on what the fuck's going on with like a member of the privileged sort of protected group in the Foucauldian biopolitical distinction deciding that actually the vaccine is bad. It's just a product of entirely total alienation from political institutions, meaning you don't trust any of them to work. It is only yourself. You are like a neoliberal subject, you know, in the just like the most brutal sort of deeply entrenched sense.
So there is a coherent left critique of our medical establishment and state that says a vaccine in this context being compelled on people is an imposition. So I feel like that is, as a general statement, I think that's a good starting point. But the thing is, the only reason is that if you look a little deeper at this, if you apply the next reasonable filter to that first response, okay. Yes, the state, we're a part of a new techno-medical bio state. There's all these institutions that they want to create. This vaccine's a perfect chance for them to create this new regime of biopower on us. Okay. But here's the thing. Is coronavirus real? Does it kill people and cause significant damage to people who survive it? Does it create crises in our medical institutions? Does it cause significant pain and suffering? Like, is it a social ill? If it is, well then any regime, no matter what its relationship to capitalism was, including a communist one,
attempt to solve
would institute a vaccine mandate, would try to get a vaccine through public investment and then distribute that vaccine universally. That would be the goal of any state. Now, because our state is this bourgeois kleptocracy, the version of vaccine response that we got is this monstrous boondoggle and giveaway to IP pirates in the pharmaceutical sector. Yes, that's what we did. That's what capitalism does. But towards the deeper goal that any state would pursue, because this thing is undermining institutions that allow for capitalism to continue.
There's also a sense in which, like, we should want people to take the vaccine insofar as it's like a rejection of neoliberal governance, of like a genuine care for other people and a connection to one's community, right? As opposed to taking the vaccine as a result of being like physically forced to, I guess.
They have an interest in reducing this. So they have an interest in the vaccine working. The doctors working on it would have a interest in the vaccine working.
I still think the take on the vaccine mandate is probably took too long for Biden. I guess it had to take too long because of the fucking CDC approval stuff. But yeah, I mean,
now, of course, they also have an interest in securing super profits and kill the third world.
It's FDA approval, yeah.
But they're also making a vaccine. Okay, they got the vaccine. Now, we've had the vaccine for a while now, right? 6 months. We have huge vaccination rates in some places in the world and in the country. What is the verdict on the vaccine? Does it work? And I would say in any meaningful metric, it works.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean nobody gets COVID ever again, but that we don't need to get there. That's an impossible and insane dream. And liberals who want that are just neurotic freaks, yes, who are just trying to scrub themselves clean of something that is not really the virus. It's their own social anxieties.
Actually, I'm going to pause it here. I'm going to end it. Because it's 11. I'm tired. I started a little late. Because usually I'm going to start at 3 p.m. Eastern. I started at 3 p.m. Pacific again, so 3 hours after. I'm going to rate Chapo, actually, what we've been watching right now, because they're doing a charity stream. So, go chill with them. And I will see you all tomorrow. I'm changing it from Monday to Saturday. So, Saturday stream. Liv Agar. Agar, like agar.io. You know, the thing. Okay, goodbye, everybody. Yeah, so I'll stream tomorrow. 3 p.m. Eastern time. Thank you all for tuning in. You know, the thing. Yeah, okay, goodbye.